China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibanitsa, Kosteniuk, Si Jun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone, and we are heading to the magnificent city of Shanghai for all the action of Game 4 in the 2023 Women's World Championship. With 3 consecutive draws behind them, Lei Tingjie and reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun remain locked in an absolutely mesmerizing deadlock. Today, Ju Wenjun will play with the white pieces. Will she manage to control the pace of the game and crash through? Well, we will find out. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure to be commentating alongside the one and only man of many talents. He's grandmaster, streamer, commentator, and all-round, I mean this in the best possible way, funny guy, Daniel Naroditsky.
That was an amazing intro, Yovi. I'm so happy to be here. It is late, or it is early. It's a perfect hour to watch some chess. Yesterday was such a scintillating affair, the tension at an all-time high, and we honestly have the best seats in the entire arena. And the key question, who is going to strike first? There's only one way to find out, Yovi, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. But you talked about the whole thing about striking first. That is the most important thing. But yesterday was a big moment because so far we've seen 3 tense draws. But yesterday was perhaps Ju Wenjun's most promising chance to actually secure a decisive result.
Indeed. 3 draws. And looking at that board, you might think the games were peaceful, but as you're saying, Yovi, yesterday was anything but peaceful. We thought that Ju Wenjun had that in the bag after that early strike on e4. All the arrows seemed to be pointing one way, but nerves, tension got the better of her. She decided to bail out, and full credit to Tingjie Lei for not losing her cool in what was perhaps the first serious trial of the match for her.
Yeah, and well, Ju Wenjun, you mentioned it there. She didn't manage to seize those opportunities, and now we see her seated at the board, getting ready to meet her challenger, Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun has the white pieces. What do you think Ju Wenjun will be thinking about? Will she change her approach?
I think we're going to see d4. I think we're going to see solid play from Ju Wenjun. But we were discussing in the before the show started, Yovi, that Ju Wenjun seemed frustrated, you mentioned, in the press conference. And I think she is frustrated. I think she knew that yesterday was a chance, but it's important to see things in the kind of broader light, right? You've got the white pieces. You put a lot of pressure on your opponent yesterday. This is a serious chance to keep the trend going in your direction after 2 pretty difficult first games in which Lei Tingjie was the one in the driver's seat.
Yeah. And she certainly was in the driver's seat. But also, this can be a form of domination from Lei Tingjie, because first 2 games, they were absolutely all about Lei. And yesterday, was a golden chance for Ju Wenjun, but she didn't manage to put the ball in the back of the net. And often they say, if you can manage to give your opponent those great positions, those winning positions, and they still can't convert them against you, well, there's only one person who's the boss, and that's you.
Indeed. And as we see the ceremony underway there, the dignitaries shaking hands with the various players. Okay, indicating what first moves they want to make. A little bit of hesitation there. And I think somebody should run a stats analysis on how many times the first move made ceremonially corresponds to the actual first move made in the game. I think it's pretty high.
Yeah, sometimes there's some consultation going on with the players beforehand, but we have seen some very creative opening first moves. And of course, these two players, they've known each other. They've played each other for many times and many a year. And let's check out their head-to-head stats. Now, of course, Ju Wenjun, being the older player, she is the most experienced one. Obviously, she's 3-time reigning women's world champion. But when it comes to the classical rating, I think this is the key stat. Ju Wenjun's on 25.64, whereas Lei Tingjie just 25.54, snapping at her heels. Not much in it between them. And when it comes to the overall scores, we see that Ju Wenjun does have a huge lead, winning 8 games, drawing 12 and losing just 2. But, of course, some of those victories could have come when Lei Tingjie was younger.
Indeed. And we talked yesterday at length about the relative role that experience plays, the relative role that your head-to-head plays. And I think we came to the conclusion that the World Championship it's its own vacuum, right? It's its own universe, its own ecosystem. And a lot of the sort of standard pieces of advice and standard things that you use to judge the players' relative chances kind of go out the window. And I maintain that these players are extremely evenly matched. Rating doesn't lie, and it is the single best indicator of expected performance for a reason. Their ratings are 10 points apart. It's almost like they've made 3 draws and the match is tied, Yovi. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh wait,
well,
sorry.
We want some decisive games. We want that added storyline. And interestingly enough, we see the players and they're dressed in their corresponding color outfits. We see Ju Wenjun with a white jacket and Lei Tingjie wearing black. Perhaps these two players are superstitious.
I didn't notice that until you pointed it out, and now I can't unsee it.
I also can't unsee it as well. I mean, I quite like this whole philosophy that if you're playing white, you should wear a white outfit. Black.
It would be
you should wear a black outfit.
It would be much worse, Yobi. I think you'd agree with me if Ju Wenjun was wearing a black outfit and Lei Tingjie was wearing a white outfit. That's like that psychology test where you have to read out the names of colors, but the actual color of the word is a different color. I think it's called the Stroop effect, where like you have to read the word green, but the word is written in purple ink. That would be crazy. I'm glad that they match the colors they're playing with.
Yeah, consistency is key, as they say. And there we are, very close to the start of the 4th game. And both players tilting their heads, avoiding eye contact.
Assiduously avoiding eye contact, just making sure that their eyes never meet before the game begins.
Yeah. But actually, of course, these two players, they are good friends. But for the next period in July, they will, of course, be fierce rivals. And there we see Lei Tingjie just getting into deep thought and summoning her courage, her strength, and thinking about the strategies that she will be employing. And what is Ju Wenjun going to employ? In the second game, we did see Ju Wenjun open with a queen's pawn. Are we going to see something different?
We might see one knight f3. We might see one c4. Ju Wenjun has shown predilection for these moves from time to time. And knight f3 is a very flexible move. It can transpose into a d4 opening. And of course, big question, what system is Lei Tingjie going to employ? I don't think we're going to see one e4, but you never know. This is the World Championship. This is where frontiers are pushed. And this is the most nerve-wracking moment of the entire game for both players. They want to jump in. They know that mistakes are about to be made. And as Tartakower once said, the person who wins is the one who makes the second to last mistake. Who will make the second to last mistake today? There's the handshake, Yovi. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Let's get ready. And okay, she opens with the queen's pawn. She's sticking to her tried and tested formula. And will Lei Tingjie vary? No. Lei Tingjie actually got a very comfortable position in game 2. In fact, she had the upper hand there. So now it's very curious to me to see how the players have prepared for this event, whether they will be depending on openings such as the Tarash. Are they going to stick to
Knight F3?
So Knight F3.
And this is the big question we were asking yesterday. Is Lei Tingjie a line repeater, or does she prioritize the surprise effect of playing a new line every game? We see wildly different strategies in World Championship matches when it comes to that choice. We're about to find out.
Yep. And this is the moment that I always love. Do you go into your preparation? Do you vary? Keep me on tenterhooks. And there we can see Lei Tingjie take a pause. What is she going to play? Is she going to stick to the same c5?
Goodness.
Is she going to bishop b4, bishop e7, surprises with a6?
She appreciates the suspense value. D takes c4, the Vienna game. Okay. That is potentially a very, very interesting move. This leads to some extremely tactical lines if White embraces the main line. Now, White's main response here is e2, e4. That is the ambitious move. But there's also a quieter line, which I think would fit Ju Wenjun's style, and that is to play e3. And there the position often resembles a Queen's Gambit accepted, although there are some differences which cause the position to be a little bit more tactical than it often is in a QGA.
Yeah. And, if you do play e3, then Lei Tingjie will certainly be very happy with those positions that resemble the Queen's Gambit accepted, because Queen's Gambit accepted is one of her main openings. She really enjoys the move c7, c5. Where she
Any
can.
position.
Yeah, literally. And Ju Wenjun, how will she respond? E4? Maximalist?
It's really hard to say. I mean, it depends on how much she expected d takes e4. To what extent was this move on her radar? And I think for newer players, it's important to realize that, of course, she knows this move. It's not like she sees dc4 and I've never seen this before. What do I do? But many, many different things might be happening in her mind right now. She might be remembering her preparation. She might be deciding what to play. Maybe her and her team looked at both e3 and e4, and sometimes you want to base your decision on how you're feeling that day, what kind of position you're feeling like getting. Are you trusting your memory on that particular blustery afternoon? And the answer is yes. E4 is on the board. And now will we see b5? Yes, we will.
Okay. We're not going to see... What do you call this variation when they play b5?
So the umbrella line is the Vienna. I think DC4 is the Vienna variation, and I think b5 still fits that general label. White now usually goes e5, and you get actually one of the most underrated and interesting lines within the d4, d5 umbrella of openings.
Mm-hmm. And e5, very much a move that I've played. And basically, Black says, you know what, I'm going to reinforce the protection of c4, but I'm going to give you b5 and get some great activity for the pieces. The bishop will be able to develop to the light squares, bishop b7, and it will have access. I've seen Alireza Firouzja play this line, also played by many top grandmasters.
Yeah, this line, again, one of those that tends to fall beneath the more noisy lines like the Rogozin and the Queen's Gambit accepted, but it has not been refuted, and it's a line that strikes a balance between getting a sharp position with winning chances on the one hand, and yet it's still relatively sound from a positional standpoint. And the reason why is, if we bring up an analysis board a little bit early, but I think it's important to kind of paint the context of this line, because the position does become very irrational. After e5, knight d5, which we're actually going to see on the board, White plays knight takes b5. And yes, Black's queenside pawn structure is awful, But black possesses this massive square, this outpost on d5, and when the bishop comes out to b7, black's light square control often compensates for the damaged pawn structure on the queen side. As we go back to the live board, guess what, Yovi? We actually have this position.
Yeah. This has been seen many times before, and the players are following the realms of theory. And it's quite standard now to actually go bishop e2, get the king castle. Those are the kind of happy moves. And afterwards, white takes a pause, and white can do many moves, like, for instance, develop the dark square bishop to a square, put the queen on c1, and try to apply pressure on c4. White's plan is very simple. If you can, okay, yeah, as you're highlighting there, that's c4 pawn.
Yes.
Just win it.
Yeah, bishop e2 is the main move. There's also this hyper-modern idea that involves playing the move queen to d2, which is not a move that really occurs to you unless you're acquainted with the theory of this line. And the queen travels to f4, and from f4 it can jump either to e4 and put pressure on the long diagonal, but more regularly it goes out to g4, because very likely black will develop this dark squared bishop. So the g7 pawn is a weakness that white can try to target in this kind of roundabout manner with her queen. And you're right, Yovi, there are so many different ways to play this position for white. Black's choices are much more limited because the pieces don't have, you know, that many options in terms of their development. You usually see black play like knight c6, bishop b7, and bishop e7. These moves are fairly automatic, and after that, you know, the fun really begins for black.
Yeah. It is going to be an interesting opening. I've always considered this one to be more of a solid opening for black, in the sense that black is not really that ambitious, but just kind of trying to hold the balance, maintain dynamic equality, and achieve a draw. It's not like a King's Indian, which immediately like imbalances the pawn structure, and you feel that black is trying to get to you. This one, I feel like it's a dynamic game that tends to lead to a draw. And I can just see that, just checked over the stats in the opening files, and I can see that the stats kind of balance out a lot of draws. 56% draws, 87% a draw. Bishop e2 chosen. Very solid line.
Yep.
Castles.
And knight c6, the immediate response. Absolutely no hesitation. That is also the most popular line. And man, so many top-level games here. And what's crazy is that this occurred for the first time in 2014. This is a very new line. And almost immediately, a lot of top GMs picked it up. Like, this is a line that is played so regularly by players like Caruana 2 games, Nepomniachtchi 2 games. Jeffrey Zhang has 5 or 6 games in this line. So top players really, really like this line for black. And I think that's one of the reasons we see so many draws, Yovi. It's not because the position is inherently drawish. It's just because this tends to happen in games of high-rated players, and those games just statistically do end in draws pretty often.
Yeah, that is true. When you play correct chess, unfortunately, the result does tend to end in a draw. But okay, we are humans. Mistakes are bound to be made, especially as you pointed out, the second to last mistake. Don't make that one. And just play ridiculously precise. But I have to say, on the whole, these have been very high quality games. Like the match so far, I mean, we've seen small errors here and there, but there's not been any big blunders, so to speak. And we've seen a lot of resourceful fighting chess. And there we do see white castle. And now this is the big decision that you and I were talking about. I've personally put the bishop on e3. I think I put my knight on c3 and put the bishop on e3, and then put my queen to c1.
That's a very positional way of handling this
yeah.
position.
It was recommended by Sam Shanklin, and I thought, well, if it's good enough for Sam, it's good enough for me.
I can vouch for that.
Played. Yep. And are you a d4 player? I think you are, right?
Now, in my older years, I've become a d4 player. By nature, I'm an e4 player, but recently I have a over-the-board round in 14 hours, so I won't delve too deeply. But at this point, I really like d4. But mostly Jababa London, though, so I'm not as familiar with d4, c4 openings with white.
Yeah. And on the subject of openings, one of the things that really captured my imagination was the way that Ding handled the World Championship match, because there we saw him ducking and diving, choosing weird opening lines. Is this the future for chess? That you just, for instance, choose a job of a London and you employ it maybe 10 times a year, and then you have like maybe 10 minor openings, so to speak, like that in your arsenal, and then you just keep moving on every year.
I think that's a great point, and I do think that the arc of opening innovation trends toward, disposable openings, if you will, having, as you're saying, 5 or 6 different openings, even at the very highest level, which was never a thing. I mean, the narrow repertoire was considered to be kind of de rigueur at the highest level, where you were playing the Najdorf, the King's Indian, and with white you were playing 1d4, and that's all you were playing. And if you made a surprise move, it was once a year at the maximum. It's just not practicable now. And even players like MVL, who are more of the old school, even MVL has started to vary a lot within his umbrella of standard openings, but still, he doesn't just play the Najdorf anymore. You just have to do that. There's too much information out there about you. There's too much risk that somebody's going to prepare 45 moves of theory, and that's not even an exaggeration at this point.
It's not an exaggeration. I remember a story that one of my friends told me, that he played against Fabiano Caruana, and he said Fabi had prepared like 45 moves of theory. It was like, and it was against an opening that he hadn't even employed that often, and it had been very much played to surprise Fabi, and yet Fabi just knew it all. 45 moves of theory. Scary times, actually. God.
That's how hard these players work nowadays. It reminds me of the old Soviet joke shared about Mikhail Tal. Rumor has it that Mikhail Tal was approached by a journalist, and the journalist says, "Misha, you're so well prepared. Rumor has it that you work 25 hours a day. How do you manage that?" And he says, "I just get up an hour earlier." So.
But that really reminds me of a story that I heard from Shaq himself, Shaq Mamedyarov. He was in his teenage years, and he asked himself, "What is my goal?" And his goal was to be one of the best players in the world. And he said, "Well, how am I going to get that?" And he said everywhere he looked in Azerbaijan, everyone was studying 10 hours per day. Mm-hmm. So he was like, okay, where can I fit 10 hours? And he was like, well, he's still a teenager, still going to school. So he'd get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, work 5 hours before school, and then go to the park afterwards and work on chess 5 hours after school. And he went to the park to study because his house was too small and he didn't want to disturb anyone. And I just found that story quite inspiring. But then he also said to me, he said this wasn't a life. This was just chess. And when he reached the age of 20, he discovered that there were other things. And so he made sure that he was also enjoying everything. But by then, he was already one of the world's top players. So,
yeah, I love hearing those stories about top GMs and how they negotiated their own conditions of family life and how they came to be what they are. Because we sometimes forget that Chekara Mamedyarov wasn't born 2790. So. That's awesome. Very inspiring. In the meantime, Yovi, I think White is following your advice, Shanklin's advice, who, both vouched for the positional approach taken by Ju Wenjun, who refrains from the queen d2, queen f4 maneuver and instead prioritizes completing her minor piece development and overprotecting the d4 pawn. Now, as I understand it, queen c1 is a move here. You often want to avoid queen c2 because that runs into knight b4 and black merely reinforces their control over the d5 square. Is that fair? Is that why you want to put the queen on c1 here, you think?
Yeah, you want to put the queen on c1 so that it's not a target. And at the same time, you also want to reinforce control of the g5 square, just in case a piece is needed there to maneuver. And of course, the queen is in the way of the f1 rook. So you've got to move that rook to greener pastures.
Well, you mean f1 isn't a great square? It's doing so much there. Why are you picking on that rook? Come on. What did that rook do to you?
Everything. I have a vendetta against that rook. If that
source of all
pawn on
your
f2
troubles.
is not moving to f4, we have problems.
So I'm seeing that rook c1 is also a move here. So I guess there's just different ways of positioning your heavy pieces. You could probably play like queen d2 and rook f d1 as well. So it's kind of an amorphous position. Hard to pinpoint exactly what like both sides' plan here should be. I guess if you're black, you're trying to go potentially knight b4 and knight d5. You're playing around the d5 square, but it's not easy to occupy it because you don't want to drop c4.
No, you certainly don't want to be dropping c4. I mean, so the main thing that white tries to do is develop, put pressure on c4. And, I mean, one of the disadvantages of putting your rook on c1 is also that the white knight on f3 could drop down to d2 to start picking off that pawn on c4. So lots of possibilities. But like you said, rook c1, queen c1 is just a matter of taste. It's what... is whether Ju Wenjun has prepared in these lines, and if she hasn't, which line can she make up in the best way? Which one can she freestyle in? And that's often a very good question as well when it comes to choosing your openings, because if you can freestyle in very accurately in a kind of position that you are suited to, then you should choose that opening. If you favor those closed positions, choose those closed openings. That's what I say.
Yeah, you have to steer the game in the direction that you prefer. And it's hard to even say if this position is quote-unquote strategic or positional or tactical. It's got elements of both, right? It's got the element of an imbalance in the sense that black has this very weak pawn structure. And if you're playing this line with black, you have to be ready to sacrifice at least one of your queenside pawns. Not deliberately, but you have to be ready for that possibility. On the other hand, there's also a positional component in the form of black's control over the d5 square. And b3, chosen by Ju Wenjun, that's a big move.
That is a big move, and that's not on my radar because, like I said, I was kind of having queen c1, rook d1, drop the bishop back to f1, knight d2 ideas. And b3, let me just check, see how often that's been played.
Something tells me not too often, but who knows at this point? Probably Nepo Caruana or something. Actually, whoa. Quite a few games in the database.
Okay.
What are you finding?
I hadn't gone that far. So b3.
Huh.
Hang on, the rook is on b8.
Black has just played bishop b7, so obviously that move is very sensible, finally completing her minor piece development. And I'm just trying to put a finger on the pulse of what exactly is the idea of helping black get rid of the weak c-pawn. Of course, there's a-file pressure, Yovi, but maybe listing the chess players who've got into this position will, fill me with admiration for this line.
Yeah, I'm just checking my live book. My openings book has seemed to have disappeared. I tried to get rid of the player encyclopedia, the photos. They was taking up too many things, and I did something. I did something that I shouldn't have done. I just went Control A, delete, and I appear to have gotten rid of my opening book. Whoops.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's the issue with chess base.
I will move on to. Okay, so looking at the game, I can see that there have been 4 players on the chess.com opening database, and the strongest ones, we see Param Masudlu has faced this twice in 2021, 2020, and Nordebek Yakobayev has played this with white pieces in 2021, and Shant Sargsyan, very strong Armenian grandmaster, played this. And in 2022, Vlastimir Babula, isn't that an old name? Or am I getting confused?
Babula is... Babula means it's a diminutive form of grandmother in Russian, but Babula is in his 40s, I think. Are you confusing maybe with Vlastimir Jansa?
Yes, I think so, or Hort.
Or Hort. Yeah, I love Hort. Yeah. I love the name of Hort's column on the old chess base column he had, which is Hort Stories, as in like short stories, but Hort Stories. Yeah. Okay, please continue.
No, that's a good one. I like it. And certainly it seems like Ju Wenjun knows what she's doing because Queen B1, Rook B has been played before in 2 games. Incidentally, this is a line where Black has 100% track record. It was played in the game Vladimir Babula against Philip Haring, and then Nordibek Yakubayev against Para Maksidlu. No, draw. It was a draw. Both games ended in a draw. What am I talking about? I got my colors wrong.
That's all good, but Black does seem to do well in this line as a whole. And just to clarify, Knight B4 has still been played in those. You're talking about the position after Knight B4.
Knight B4, yes.
Or
Rook
before
takes
Knight
A7
B4.
was played. No. Oh, the night before, yes.
Low-hanging fruit, Yovi. I was waiting for something to be put on that square.
I was a bit slow on the uptake. You had me questioning by looking at the statistics on the opening database, but really, I got that in the end.
Well,
Okay, so Rook takes
I'm
A7
afraid to
played.
ask what happens after Rook A7. Can you enlighten me? What? I don't see it.
Rook takes A7. Black just said, no problem. Just put a knight on D5 and get on with the bigger picture of
Which
improving
one?
the pieces. Knight 6 to D5.
Mm-hmm.
And it's upon here that we have the big crossroads. One player chose to capture the knight. Another one chose to say, no, let's keep knights on the board with knight E4.
Yeah, Knight E4 appeals to my sensibilities a little bit more strongly because it also poses this idea of Knight G5, and I'm all for creating one-move mate threats, as you know. What happened in the game with Knight E4?
So after that, knight takes bishop.
Ooh. Okay. Pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
Let me
And
see.
bishop D5.
Ah. Very positional.
It is. And
Oh.
it was the game between the Czech players.
Babula. Hort stories.
Hot stories.
The point is
Yes.
to play knight back to c6. It's actually a very interesting idea. You put the bishop on d5. It's not entirely clear what you're aiming at, but you're actually aiming at this b3 pawn. And as I understand it, if white plays a move like knight c3, black can drop their knight back to c6. And you might say, well, let's go rook a3 and defend the b3 pawn, but that is not a very wise decision. So that's controlled. And if black can win b3 back, he gets, I think, a pretty serious initiative. Knight takes d5. You simply pick up the rook on a7 and everything is protected. So I'm starting to get behind this concept. And we were talking about it. Black has to be ready to sacrifice a pawn. And that is exactly what Tingjie Lei is doing. This is very impressive preparation. The fact that she's still clearly in her opening file, that's big.
No, it is big. It is big. And, it does seem like Ju Wenjun had a surprising opening idea. And Lei Tingjie says, you know what? I've got it covered. And once again, look at the clock times. Lei Tingjie has more time on her clock than she started with. What a formidable opponent. I mean, it's scary, right? That every single time you try to put your opponent under pressure, have some opening surprises, they meet you there and they say, no, I've got that one covered. And now Ju Wenjun down to 1 hour and 16 minutes. And she's considering what to do. Rook takes a7. I mean, I feel like you have to do this. Otherwise, a knight will come to d5.
Yeah.
And black will have gotten everything they wanted and more.
Yeah, I mean, when you play b3, the point of that move is to exert pressure on a7. So if you're not taking the pawn, then, why'd you rid black of her weakness on c4? At the same time, it's a catch-22 situation where Ju Wenjun knows that rook takes a7 is Tingjie Lei's probably her main move in the file. So on the one hand, you want to avoid prep. On the other hand, you don't want to make an a priori bad move to avoid prep, because then what's the point of avoiding prep if you know you're going to be worse? So it's a very uncomfortable spot, and this is why Ding played h3 on move 4. It's because of situations like this where you get this feeling of hopelessness. Like whatever you do, either it's going to be a mistake or your opponent's going to know how to react.
Yeah, this is definitely a dilemma of modern day chess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, but can you kind of work through the ghosts? And you say, okay, rook takes a7.
definitely the most logical move on the board. Something that Lei Tingjie would obviously have looked at. I mean, how scary is it realistically? I mean, the whole point is to put a piece on d5. She can't stop it. She, even if she doesn't take that pawn, how on earth is she going to stop a knight appearing on d5? She cannot do that.
No. And I'm exaggerating things a little bit for effect. If we bring up our analysis board one more time, going down that rabbit hole, rook takes a7, knight d5, bishop d5, right? We were looking at knight e4 earlier, but if white takes on d5 and, just sort of plays a prophylactic move like rook to a1, remember the black's idea was to play knight c6 and discover an attack on b3. I'm not getting the vibe that white's position is all that risky. I think it's probably equal, like black's domination in the center balances out the pawn that she has sacrificed, so maybe knight c6. But white's position is uber solid. Everything's on a defended square. So I don't think Ju Wenjun's worry is that, okay, I'm going to lose the game. I think her worry might be, well, what if I slide into a slightly worse position? Or what if I have to suffer to make a draw? That was not in my daily agenda with the white pieces.
Yeah, definitely not on her agenda. And I've actually played a position like this where my opponent blundered a pawn. And I can tell you, it's not very easy being a pawn up, but at the same time having to handle black's activity, because black's pieces have very nice harmony. And harmony is the name of the game when it comes to the middle game.
It is indeed. And black's pieces are very harmonious.
And she actually says no, she's not going to grab the pawn. And instead she puts the knight on e4 immediately.
Okay,
wow.
Immediately. Speaking of immediately, what the heck, man? Does this prep ever end?
h6. Well, I guess it's a natural question, right? When you reach this position on the board and you ask yourself, well, what happens if black says no? White says no. And it goes knight e4, trying to get to g5. You go, no, I don't want any of that business, and go h6. And then the question is white going to capture the pawn on a7?
I think the answer is yes.
Unless there's something. I'm just wondering whether there's something happening.
Is there some nefarious
on the
fate
king's
that befalls
side.
white? Oh, you mean some alternative that involves attacking on the king's side?
Yeah, but somehow or other, it's all to do with the light square bishop. It's just not getting into the game.
That's the problem.
And the knight on e4 is loose. And I was just also thinking about ideas that are white's disposal. Like, for instance, knight g3, get a knight to h4. And somehow you need that extra time to go queen c1 and then sack on. You need knight on g3, you need the queen on c1. That's 2 moves. And then, and only then, can you think about sacrificing on h6.
Another way of setting up a sacrifice on h6, borrowing from the Rui Lopez, to play h3, and then knight h2, and knight g4. The knight on h2 can be a very underrated piece, and I'm only half joking. I mean, that's a 3-move idea, and then bishop takes h6 actually becomes a threat. But I personally, I'm sorry, but I would not be able to resist this juicy morsel that is lying there staring at you with its eyes. Pawns like this just don't lie by the side of the road. So if I'm Ju Wenjun, as Yasser Serouan's friend Nikolai Minov used to say, if white's going to die, at least she dies with a full stomach. So take that pawn, then you'll have something to suffer for.
Yeah, I like that saying, because normally I just say, you might as well, right? If you're going to suffer, just suffer with something in your hand. And I agree, rook takes a7 is definitely appealing, but I'm just considering why Ju Wenjun is thinking, like, what else could she be thinking about? So I feel like moves like knight g3, h3, they're just too slow.
Yeah.
Because knight d5 is coming, and after knight d5, the bishop will find itself taken. And have you seen that film, by the way? Taken.
Liam Neeson?
Just suddenly. Yeah.
Many, many, many times. I love that movie. It's actually one of my favorite movies. I will find you.
No, when I said,
I will kill you.
I will find you and I will kill you. Yeah.
I hope nobody takes that out of context. Commentator threatens the chat during Women's World Championship commentary. No, great movie. I've actually seen all of the Takens. I mean, it's a little cheesy, but I'm almost ashamed to admit that I like movies like that. But it's so well made. I mean, the action is just breakneck. I have a particular set of skills.
There was one film which I'm also not ashamed to admit that I really liked. Normally, it was called Shoot 'Em Up. So I have a particular set. I need to start introducing this into my commentary. You know, if you find me, I will kill you. And oops, and Rook Tate A7. And what other moves can Ju Wenjun be thinking about? I'm kind of lost here. Take the pawn.
I think you're right. I think it's the category of moves that involve just improving the position. So knight g3, knight h5 is kind of a tempting idea. I mean, maybe it's not that white is signing up to sacrifice all of her pieces, just maybe put a little bit of pressure on the queen side, the king side. Maybe a move like rook c1 with the idea of knight c5. Or maybe she's just double, triple, quadruple checking that rook takes a7 doesn't succumb to some hidden tactic. But I am still expecting this pawn to be captured.
Mm-hmm. And whilst Ju Wenjun ponders whether she should grab that pawn, whether she should play in a different manner, well, we are going to go on to our very first break of the day. Lei Tingjie, on the other hand, seems completely unperturbed, and it's here in the beautiful Shanghai. The players are battling it out for the first half of the Women's World Championship match. It's going to get exciting, so don't go away. We'll be back in a few minutes.
No.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it. Mate! You blown it, mate!
Chance, look, f7. Whoa, no! No! No!
And we are back in the city of Shanghai, where history, it's a rather futuristic take. And there we can see some of the most glorious surroundings that are there in Ju Wenjun's home city. And talking about Ju Wenjun, we rejoin her where she has just grabbed the pawn on A7 and is now deep in concentration as she tries to figure out a response to Lei Tingjie's move. And it's been an exciting start to game 4. Does look like Lei Tingjie is completely unperturbed by whatever Ju Wenjun throws at her.
Yeah, I mean, geez. Lei Tingjie, her opening file, this should be some meme that's, produced. Her opening files last to move 75. She plays h7, h6 in the span of 5 seconds, even in an obscure position. That's Lei Tingjie. And h6 was actually a novelty. That move to stop knight g5, according to what I looked at during the break, that was the move which deviated from their previously played games. And things continue to sharpen up here, Yovi. I mean, look, this is just, is this a hyperbolic game? Is this more Bullet Chess Championship?
Well, we'll find out.
Can we just slow down for a second here? Jeez. 1 hour and 36 minutes. Come on.
I know, but everything that Ju Wenjun plays doesn't seem to fluster her at all. So, I mean, now she's retreating the knight to c6, attacking the rook. The rook will presumably step all the way back. Yep. Goes to a1, back to its starting square. And the big question, though, is Lei Tingjie, how is she going to recover her material that she sacrificed, this pawn deficit? And now she's putting the knight back on the b4 square. So I'm kind of curious if Ju Wenjun went rook a... No, she can't go rook a7. What am I on about? There is going to be no repetition.
Yeah. Okay, so White's thinking knight b4. Now the threat is, of course, knight takes d4. And White has to... I mean, this pawn cannot be lost. If White loses the d4 pawn, then the whole position collapses. So I guess there could be a repetition of the sort bishop b3, knight back to d5, bishop back to d2, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like White could also contemplate queen up to b2, but the issue there is that the knight is x-rayed by Black's bishop, so you have to watch out for tactics like knight takes d4 or knight takes e5. Maybe even rook d1 is a possibility here to set up some sort of tactical defense against knight takes d4. All of this points to one thing, which is that I would hate to have this position with White and be totally out of my preparation.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is a very tricky position on account of the dynamism of Black's pieces. The only move that I can see that can avoid the repetition is actually putting the bishop back on e3, and when the knight retreats to d5, you step all the way back with your bishop to c1. After all, you put your rook back on its starting square. Why not let the bishop join in the fun?
Absolutely. Every piece needs to join the party. Can we have one non-instant move by Lei Tingjie? What do you think? When will this file actually end?
Well, we've seen her take a small pause right now. She still has more time than she started with. The players do have the very classical standard time control, which is like 90 minutes for 40 moves with a 30-minute bonus time once you've reached move 40. And of course, the players are getting that 30-second increment after every move. And this does mean that Ju Wenjun started with 1 hour and a half. She now has 1 hour and 35 minutes. So she's got 5 minutes to play with. I mean, hang on. Has this ever happened, actually, that say the game finishes pretty quickly? Has any game in World Championship history actually ended with one player having more time on the clock than they started with?
That's a great question. And it would have to be, all of the World Championships played, I guess, in like 1990 and further, because, I wonder at what point electronic clocks were introduced to the World Championship. Beforehand, you couldn't have increment. But that's definitely a question for, a chess statistician. If only we had a website that like aggregated these kinds of stats. Just some food for thought.
Yeah,
That
I
would
would.
be
I
awesome.
was
Or
also
you could ask
trying to.
these types of questions.
I was also trying to figure out like what was the longest game that's ever been played in a Women's World Championship match. And I think in 2016 there was some that move 80, but someone somewhere has to have played past move 100, and that's also something I would love to know.
Okay, during the next break, I'll do a little bit of research. In the like 3 or 4 minutes that we have, I'll see what I can find.
Okay, and yeah, we have a Berlin draw, Carlsen and a candidate. I would say, okay, that is true. That's true. They did play a few Berlin draws.
Okay. Well, Berlin draws are pretty hard to remember, so presumably that took a couple of hours from each side to reproduce. Okay, in the meantime, finally a think for Lei Tingjie and Bishop e3, move 19. She still has over the time that she started with. Crazy.
And okay. We have our producer in my ear, Bick. Thank you, Bick. He's very eagerly saying that there was a rather fun line that has been available to Ju Wenjun, and actually it all started with not Rook A1, the big retreat, but in fact playing Rook takes Bishop. And in the meantime, we do see, after that small moments of hesitation, the knight coming to d5, attacking the bishop. And what is Ju Wenjun going to reply? Bishop c1 is my vote.
I'm dizzy. I feel like I'm trying to put my finger on the arrangement of knights and where they've gone. If I can just rewind a little bit. Because, okay, so we had the knights on b6 and d5. So first she played knight 6d5. Then knight c6, then knight db4, and back to d5.
Yeah.
And you know what this is, Yovi, don't you? You do know what this is, potentially.
Yes.
Potentially a repetition, offer of repetition.
Yes.
Which I adamantly believe that Ju Wenjun will not opt for. Although, looking at the clock situation, this is another benefit of playing your preparation. You conserve and develop such a big time advantage that if you then go for a repetition, sometimes your opponent looks at the clock and says, well, it doesn't really make sense for me to go for it in this position because my opponent understands it better. She's up 30 minutes on the clock. Ju Wenjun is definitely seriously contemplating move repetition here.
Yeah, and the pragmatist would actually say, yes, go for it completely, because bearing in mind tomorrow is a rest day. They will have chance to go there, repair whatever needs to be done, and then they can focus their energies in game 5 and 6. But bearing in mind Ju's track record from yesterday, which did highlight to me that Ju really wants to squeeze out every game until the last possible minute, I would say no. And also, I don't think I've ever seen Ju Wenjun take a quick draw. So
yeah, just not her style.
It really isn't. And but shall we, whilst the players are thinking and Ju Wenjun is considering that eternal question to go for the draw, yay or nay, let's go and have a look at our producer's big, rather fun line. So it all started back when the white rook was on a7 and the knight retreated to c6, attacking it. Well, Ju Wenjun had at her disposal rook takes bishop, rook takes rook, and then queen c1. The queen and the bishop are subtly indicating exactly what they want to be doing. And the knight is on freeze, so knight goes to b4, then bishop takes h6.
How did she miss this? She should be kicked out of the tournament, honestly. This is painfully obvious. And the idea, I guess, is after queen h6, you just can't stop knight fg5.
Right.
Which means black doesn't take the bishop, of course.
But then I feel like, how does black survive that one? Because I saw the evaluation bar didn't move from, or maybe it had.
c6, are you... Oh my gosh, what a defensive move. c6 is the only saving resource. And here's the crazy thing. After knight g5 apparently is not the best move. The best move is the very findable g2, g3. Computer chess. But after knight g5, here's the point of c6. You see that rook on b7? That rook suddenly jumps into the defense via the 7th rank. You play f6. Don't ask me to evaluate this position. Of course, it's a slight edge for white. I mean, another very obvious statement. I don't know why I'm stooping to the point of, vacuous truths, but no comment,
Wow.
no comment.
No, that was an incredible move, and I like that in the midst of all that chaos, the best
G3.
move for white is to go, let me just make some air for the king and play g3 and just claim that I'm going to back that up with whatever, h4 probably, and then go knight to g5.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
like
the plan. I've stumbled upon it.
What is the plan? Say that
h4.
again. Oh, h4,
H4.
knight g5.
Knight g5,
Oh.
and then afterwards you capture with the pawn, a king goes to g2, rook h1, sliding
Unbelievable.
into victory.
This is and also knight f6 check sets up a lobster pincer mate.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's like g3, the city's on fire. Flames are burning, and you're, sitting there making avocado toast. Like, you're down a rook. You need to be attacking, and this is what computers do. Computers just say, listen. Well, they don't say anything, but they say, listen, black doesn't have a move here. If black pushes her f-pawn right away, then at the very least, white can repeat moves. But also, the king is driven into the corner, and then the knight from h4 can jump into the attack via g6. So these slow moves in the midst of an attack are some of the coolest computer innovations, and they're so anti-human, because when we sacrifice something as heavy as a rook, Yovi, we feel compelled. We have to attack. You have to exploit the moment. Nope, g3. That's the
G3.
takeaway from today's commentary.
Yes, and it did remind me of that saying, fiddling whilst no, it's okay, Nero fiddled whilst Rome burned. And I know it's not quite the correct analogy for this type of situation. I know you use it for other things, but still, I like the concept. You're there with a violin, and the city is on fire.
Vesuvius is exploding. I mean, you need to get out of Pompeii here, but nope, just chilling.
Just exactly, just having my morning cup of coffee, and we see Lei Tingjie. She leans back. She is waiting for the decision to be made by Ju Wenjun. And I'm going to say the more that Ju Wenjun's clock ticks down, the more I think likely that we're going to see moves like bishop d2.
Yeah,
It just means that she is dissatisfied with her position.
Yeah, it's interesting. She's down 36 minutes. That's a huge amount of time. Now, this would be a more significant amount of time if you had taken off 20 minutes off each of their clocks, right? If it was 36 minutes to an hour and 13, I think there's no question that Ju Wenjun would be taking the draw. If she feels confident in her position, though, I think she's got enough time to where she can largely ignore how much her opponent has on the clock. But I wouldn't be in love with my position here with white. Yeah, you're up a pawn, but look at this monster on d5, and look at the potential that black's minor pieces have, and also just the control the black exerts here over all of the key squares. The knight on e4, it's sitting pretty, but where does it go? It can't go to c5, can't really go to f6 in any lines. The other knight also doesn't have access to any of these juicy kingside squares. So white is kind of stuck in mud here, spinning her wheels. So I think it's actually not the worst decision in the world here to opt for repetition and say, okay, this wasn't my game. Something went wrong in the phase of opening preparation. Let's figure out what happened during the rest day.
Yeah, that is definitely one valid approach. And I'm just wondering whether Ju Wenjun can preserve the bishop, because I was kind of like saying put the bishop back to c1. And the whole idea, it was kind of jokingly, but I mean, there is one point to it that you do manage to reinforce the d4 square by either developing the bishop to b2, or you can put a rook on d1. So I just want, because I do feel that if black were to snap off that bishop, I don't know, black will have the bishop pair, black will have great pieces, knight will come to b4 as you've indicated. There is no attack in white's position whatsoever. So is there?
What you said there is crucial, I think. That knight takes e3 is a very serious positional threat, and at least to me, it's not an intuitive move because it kind of fixes, well, it damages white's pawn structure if you look at it one way, but it allows white to reinforce the d4 pawn. But that subsequent idea that you mentioned is really, really important and very troublesome for white. If we could show this on the board, like let's say white plays rook c1, which to me is the most natural alternative to bishop d2. After the trade, black has this knight b4 idea, and you might say, well, knight d5, is it really that dangerous? The black attacks e3. Well, it is. First of all, white doesn't have any clear continuations, and after something like knight c5, you give black bishop g5, which is another way of attacking e3, and look how problematic this gets. After knight g5, queen g5, boom. It's a double attack. I'm threatening mate, I'm threatening the pawn, and white's position is already on the cusp of collapse. And a lot of what's causing this is the fact that white's three heavy pieces are all sandwiched together, clustered on the queen side, when a lot of the action is happening in the center and even on the king side. So, wow. The knight takes e3 is a serious positional idea.
Yeah. And the line you indicated just now was like, ooh,
Exactly.
you need to take some moves back. No, it's a very dangerous position for Lei. And is there any way that we can... I mean, this is exactly what will be running through Ju Wenjun's head right now. Can she maintain a position where she has a very slight advantage, something that she can play with? So, for instance, I don't know, rook c1. No, rook c1 was exactly what you looked at, where they had the cluster. Maybe queen c1, but then you let go of protection of the knight. Don't want to be doing that. What other moves?
Yeah, you're just spinning wheels here. I mean, look, how do you gain purchase in the center? You really don't feel the extra pawn here, which is crazy.
No.
You don't feel it at all.
Yeah, I certainly, putting myself in white shoes, don't feel that extra pawn. And as also that pawn is on b3, very, very weak as well. Got no friends. And if you go... So we do have a suggestion from chat saying, is there something wrong with retreating the bishop to d2 and then playing bishop c3?
Maybe black still plays knight d5. You
Yeah.
can repeat that way.
But then if you step back with the bishop to b2 and you go, not my finest hour, but I keep...
But no repetition.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting. Have you ever falsely claimed repetition or claimed 3-time repetition when there was no repetition? Do you remember any such incident?
Don't think I've done that. No, I don't think I've falsely claimed a threefold repetition. I've had people falsely claim it against me and incorrectly claim it, at which point I've been like, no, you've done it wrong. I'm quite jobs worthy at times. And I call over the arbiter.
Well, it's distracting. I mean, I did it once, and I was apologizing to my opponent for the rest of the tournament. I was playing Viktor Erdos, Hungarian GM, in round 1 of a tournament, so I'm much worse out of the opening. I'm defending the whole game. I start turning things around, and at one point he starts repeating. It's in time pressure. I was positive that it was move repetition, even though we're both in time pressure, so I stop the clock. He looks at me with the most, like, what are you doing face ever. I'm like, just let me explain. It's a repetition. It was one of those cases where, there's a tiny change in the position. Like the king is on g2 and the knight is on d5, and it's on g1 and the knight's on b6. Like, it wasn't repetition, but it was very, very narrow. And let's just say my opponent wasn't happy. Ultimately, the game ended in a draw. But yeah, I was thinking of getting him like a bouquet of flowers or something, because it was not my intention to derail his thinking process.
Oh, that's very nice of you to be so thoughtful. No, I don't think I've had anything like that. I've done it, no. But I have gotten annoyed with people for offering draws all the time. So this is one of the great things about no draw offers. I don't like it when people offer draws in my time. I'm like, it's my move, my concentration time. And I had someone He later apologized to me many years later, but I mean, he was very, very nice about it. But he inadvertently kept offering me draws at critical moments. Every time I was about to sacrifice a piece, he goes,
There's draw for
I would draw. And I'm like, no. And then like I was short on time. It's like a draw. No. Yeah. And what else? What else has happened? And then I had one girl again. She was very young at the time. She offered me a draw every single move, and I was like, okay, look, I'm like 200 rating points higher than you, and there's no way I'm going to be taking the draw. I have a better position. And at the end, she started to cry when I refused the final draw offer, and it dawned on her that she was in a lost position. I was like, I felt a bit mean then, for about like a minute.
For about 10 seconds. Then you realized, it's chess. That's what you got to do. I definitely. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. I just looked over to my left, and I saw that we've been given White's best option if White doesn't want to take the draw. Okay, and you have to check this out. So basically, Rook C1
Bishop
is
C1
the
or
best
something?
move. No, Rook C1 is the best move. Give up the bishop. It's no problemo for the computer. And then after Rook C1, Knight takes E3, F takes E3, and the big point is, if the pawn on E3 is attacked, well, there's only one man who can step up to that job. King F2.
Why was I going to say David Beckham? Like, I don't know why, but that name just came into my mind.
I don't know.
I don't know why. King F2 where? Knight B4, King F2?
No, it's just like King F2, Knight C5, and after Bishop G5,
wow,
in comes the hero to save the day. No,
Knight C5, yes.
Yes.
Well, not Knight C5 here, I guess. Oh, you're just saying chill on F2 and then play something like Rook A7, I guess.
Yeah, Rook A7 is good.
Wow. And Black just has no easy way to increase the pressure. This actually makes sense because you're keeping the knights to take the sting out of Bishop G5. There's no Bishop H4 because White can just block with G3. Use the king. Trademark Jovan Kahuska.
I was proud of myself for saying that only one person that can step up to the job. This is one of the great things about how commentary has changed in the last few years. So like pre-pandemic, it was all about like just reel out those variations and be as impressive as you can. And then of course, Champions Tour, Chess Tour came in, and they were like, no long annotations, no long variations. We don't know about these things. You will lose all the viewers. And so then you had to kind of just think about expressions and think about ways you can kind of communicate chess to someone who can't play. And I think that's been a great development for the game.
I think it's honestly, okay, this might cause some eye rolls, but it's really beautiful how commentary has evolved to the point where players of literally so many different levels can appreciate different aspects of the commentary and of the show. The higher rated players, they watch for the openings and they watch for the ideas, but it's a show now, so you can basically barely know the rules of the game and still appreciate certain competitive aspects of the game. And it's really, really amazing to me how much chess as a spectator sport has improved in that direction.
Definitely. And the funny thing about the Champions Chess Tour when it first began and even now is that we got so many comments from grandmasters saying that they loved watching the show. I was like, that the show is not aimed at you. you know that literally we're explaining some very basic rules at times and some very basic ideas. And they said, yeah, but it's still a lot of fun.
It is.
Yeah.
I like that. I like sometimes hearing the basics, first of all, can be just good for review. And second of all, I think sometimes you overestimate the amount that the chess world at large overestimates the amount the grandmasters see when they look at a position. If you saw inside my mind for a second, I think that rumor would be dispelled. But no, the show is amazing. I think whether your rating is 600, 1600, or 2600.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like also like how in modern day chess, we also have access to the top players, and we have players like Vishy Anand giving very in-depth interviews, very personal interviews, and I loved it, like when he addressed issues which plague us all. Like, for instance, what happens when a song comes into your head? When this silly earworm just keeps playing again and again and again. And he's like, yeah, that happens to him quite often. And he just like, well, my brain is big enough to cope with such a thing. And when you take that philosophy, you're like, oh, okay, well, it's not the be all and end all when you do get distracted. Chess isn't necessarily a game where you can keep yourself 100% focused and concentrated. And decision time for Ju Wenjun as the clock keeps ticking down now to under 45 minutes. And Dania, the more it ticks down, the more I think she's just going to go bishop d2 and go.
I mean, we're entering the territory of an hour, and an hour is a lot of time to think. And it's not like, some truth is going to dawn on her 25 minutes after looking at this position. Also, you want to give yourself a little bit of time. You don't want to think until you have 20 minutes, because Black is not obliged to repeat. If you play bishop d2, that is not 3-time repetition. Black also has to opt for it. I think she will, and she's got bishop c1. Now, does that mean she's avoiding repetition? I think so.
Maybe, maybe not. We will find out when the knight comes to b4. And let's have a look at the consequences.
Okay.
Because the only way that I can see that white avoids repetition is like knight b4. Bishop b2 feels to me a bit like... Just because,
exactly.
You're literally putting your bishop in front of not one, but 2 pawns.
Ugh.
Ain't ever gonna recover from that one. Okay, and then put the rook on d1.
Okay.
And then what next?
And that's the idea, by the way. That's why you put the bishop. I think that's why she put the bishop on c1, in order to be able to defend the pawn in that way. Were the bishop on d2, Black would in fact be able tactically to make knight takes d4 work. So this might be a bit of a dead end for Black, because this begs the question, rook d1 is a move that White wants to play anyway, so why are we going knight d4? Wouldn't it be wiser, to play a more kind of positionally flexible move like rook a8 to contest the a file? What do you think?
Yeah. I love that move, because after rook takes a8, are you capturing with the queen? That's what I would be doing.
I don't know what I'm capturing with. Yeah, probably the queen.
This is one of my favorite batteries because it looks so harmless, and I'm sure many people will be like, well, why are you doing this to your queen and your bishop, putting it in the
That's
corner
actually
where
very
it has
rare.
got no
Oh
squares?
my god. If White goes king h1, literally I'm nerding out about this right now. This does not happen often, especially not like naturally. Look at that.
Yesterday we had all the pieces on the E line. Now we've got them all on the long diagonal.
Well, we should also, for full effect, try this on for size. I like that the eval bar is like at a very civilized +3. It's like it didn't go up to +10. It's still within the bounds of a regular position. Anyway, sorry. Back to reality. I know this is not what I'm paid for.
You did lose. You're missing d5. That's one thing. Your line doesn't quite work.
I missed a crucial positional move at one point. Yes. Oh, d5. Yes, the d5 square. Oh no. Oh, but then if I play d5, then the d4 square is freed up.
Yes.
I hate that problem. When you it exists in various fields. You put one thing on one square or one thing on one position, and then you take it away from something else. It's like AAA batteries, right, which you never have. Yeah. You take it out of the garage remote, can't open your garage. But then your flashlight's working.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I've done many silly things in the past. The worst is always like looking for things when you've actually got them in your hand. You're like literally.
Yep. You're waving it around.
Been there, done that. I've looked for glasses. They've been on my face. I'm like, where are they? Oh man. And talking about solutions, now we see Lei Tingjie have a think. How is she going to continue? Rook a8 is a very nice geometric pattern that just needs to be played for the sake of it. But as Danny is highlighting, if Black were to play knight b4, then White will simply answer that with rook to d1, an improving move she wants to play.
Yeah, it's admirable, verve from Ju Wenjun to go for this with such a time deficit. I think she feels that, Black might not be risking, but neither is White. White is still up a pawn. We talked about this earlier. It's not like White has clear weaknesses that Black can exploit. I think this is largely going to be a slow burn type of semi-waiting game where both sides try to cross their T's and dot their I's. And likely that kind of game will end in a draw a lot of the time, but things could also explode. White could play a move like knight c5 at one moment, or the dark squared bishops could come off the board. White could play bishop a3 and try to generate that c5 square for her knight. So it's a pretty kind of stable position for the time being, but that's not to say that it will always remain this way.
Yeah, I agree. White does have a few things to play for. I mean, White will have one goal to play for at the beginning, and that's just to untangle. And if she can untangle in a constructive way, then, as you mentioned, she can start to perhaps push on this extra pawn, start to destabilizing the blockade, and use those open lines. So rook a8, I love that move, by the way. But if Lei Tingjie doesn't have that one on the radar, is there any alternatives?
Well, we looked at knight b4. We looked at
knight
rook
b4.
a8.
We didn't like that one.
Not as much, yeah. It's almost like begging for a draw, but White's not going to give it to you. I suppose queen d7 is probably a sensible move. That part I haven't gotten to yet. You're overestimating how far ahead I'm thinking. I'm just like, GM sees way to connect the rooks. GM plays move to connect the rooks. Another drawback is that it walks into knight c5 with tempo, although I'm not terribly concerned about knight c5, provided that Black can capture that knight and then even jump into c3. So even like a move like king h8 can be considered. I think Black is so solid that she can afford to almost wait around for the time being.
Yeah, but having seen Lei Tingjie play, she's not a patient person. I mean, we've seen some small errors come from her because she's immediately gone for action. So I don't envisage moves like king h8. I think rook a8 is definitely more in the ballpark where she will be thinking. And she did mention in the press conference that she was not flustered at all. It was quite interesting because whereas Ding against Nepo, Ding was very honest and he was telling everyone his thoughts and saying how unhappy he was, anxious and worried. He wasn't entirely happy with everything. Lei Tingjie, Ju Wenjun have not given anything away. They said, yes, they're great friends. Yes, they're enjoying the game. Yes, they've been here before. They're experienced. They're just all about enjoying. But I wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, quite a lot, I would imagine.
Yeah, look, interesting. And it would be... I remember reading an interview in 2018 after she beat Tang Zhongyi in exactly the same scenario. It was a first half in Shanghai, second half in Chongqing, and she said that there were nights where she couldn't sleep. There were nights when it was very important to her to have like some view of the river. They needed to walk, and at some point the tension gets too much.
Well, there have been some stories from World Championship matches where, the players are nonplussed about each other's behavior. I think Mikhail Tal was relating a story from his World Championship match against Mikhail Botvinnik, where I think one of them was singing, or one of the seconds of either Tal or Botvinnik. I think Botvinnik's second was singing, and he was staying directly below Tal in the hotel. And Tal had to actually move tournament venues because it was disrupting his preparation and disrupting his sleeping, even though the singing was, as he put it, first rate. So, those kinds of stories are not totally without precedent. You know, the tensions are at a high. Things need to be just so for you to be able to relax. And I think they should be just so. I mean, if you're playing the World Championship, you deserve to relax in your own way. You deserve to have a luxurious hotel room and the kind of food that makes you happy. All of that really does factor into your success when, you know, the pressure is just this unimaginably high every moment that you're sitting at the board.
Yeah, I agree completely. You have to have those good vibes. You have to feel at ease. And talking about feeling at ease, now we have a critical moment on the board. Lei Tingjie, deep in thought. It's the first time that she's not blitzed out a response. So we are waiting to see what will happen. And in the meantime, we are going to go into a break. The players are, of course, playing in the magnificent city of Shanghai. And there we can see the waterfront where history is combining with the future. That's the scene. Just stay with us, because in a few more minutes, we're going to get hold of all the action of Game 4.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Move over, Mittens. There's a new top dog in town. Benji the Bernadoodle might be an international master of fetch, but chess lessons with his dad, Gotham Chess, aren't really sticking. Host of his own public access TV show, Wishboy knows a thing or two about the most dramatic moment in chess history. A baller through and through, Buddy Buckets is moving his game from the basketball court to the chessboard. Watch out! Pinky practices chess from the inside of his mom's handbag on Woofstock's law campus. Don't judge a dog by its Diamante collar. Ponchik learned chess from his dad, GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess and certainly won't lose to you. This July, the possumness is unleashed on chess.com.
We're just waiting on Lei's choice here.
Oh no! She didn't play that!
Kudos to Lei Tingjie for a really, really impressive performance.
Lei Tingjie has won this match. Huge congratulations. What a performance. Great games.
And that's it!
Resignation!
That's it!
Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals. Congratulations to Lei Tingjie and her supporters.
And we are back just in time to see Lei Tingjie focusing there. And from the video, we got to see her path to this very spot, to the very chair that she's sitting in when she won the candidates. First, she beat Maria Mozichuk, then she beat Anna Mozichuk, then she beat Tan Zhongyi in the final. And well, she is here. She is making the moves. She's come exceptionally well prepared. What an impressive player and impressive challenger she's been to Ju Wenjun so far.
Yeah, I mean, composed, collected, good preparation, no blunders, and I was impressed by her demeanor on the board yesterday after several major opening inaccuracies, blundering knight takes e4, crisis time, bad situation on the clock, and the fact that she didn't panic, the fact that she was able to maintain her composure speaks to the depth and quality of her pre-match preparation. Of course, all of that goes out the window the moment you lose a game. But so far, I think Lei Tingjie has made a serious claim that this is by no means going to be a walkover for Ju Wenjun. And that was pretty obvious given Lei Tingjie's recent string of successes. But here, we could have had a repetition. Ju Wenjun feels confident that she can cash in her extra pawn. And we've had a couple of moves since our last break. Jovi, what do you make of this? The rooks have indeed been traded along the A file, much like we thought was likely.
Shall we rewind a little bit just to see how we got here?
We shall.
We can, by a process of deduction, just deduce that rook A8 was in fact played. But how did Ju Wenjun respond?
Rook D1 was played. So kind of one of those semi-waiting moves, trying to trade on her own terms. Lei agrees to the trade on Ju Wenjun's terms, and then does in fact play a move which is all too familiar to all of us now. This time, knight C4. How many times have we clarified which knight has gone onto a particular square? First it was knight B6, then it was knight D5. Now it's knight B4.
Yeah, it's like the notation question that Magnus Carlsen had in Norway Chess. I can't remember what move it was exactly, but he felt that since one of the knight moves wasn't possible, he shouldn't be like knight D to F6, or should be like just knight F6. And anyhow, so knight to B4 on the board, and now it's Ju Wenjun's turn to think. Still, Lei Tingjie with a huge time advantage. But I have to say, Ju Wenjun is in the unenviable position of not having a clear-cut plan. I mean, how does she untangle the pieces to something constructive? Because yeah, you could make a lot of happy moves. You could play moves like H3, but ultimately there's no meaning behind those moves other than just giving some lift to the king. And of course, there are some problems. The bishop on C1 is interrupting the coordination between the rook and the queen. What is happening next? I don't quite see how you untangle.
I would play H3 just so I could say to someone, what are you doing this evening, Daniel? I'm making luft. Okay, then you must be doing something important and good for society. What are you doing? I'm making luft. But so H3 is a move that I would consider. If you want to be more sort of concrete, take it to black. I would also consider moves like knight c5, maybe even queen a7, although I'd be very, very worried about sending my queen all alone to black's side of the board, and that's just a one-move threat that I'm not totally sure what it accomplishes. I was also going to go on a tangent about notation and what makes this system of notation so nice, which is how precise it is, right? You can indicate where a piece is coming from, where it's going, whereas the old system of notation was so clunky because you often didn't know which knight or bishop was being referred to. If you say queen's knight and both knights are on the b file, well, how do you know what is the queen's knight and what is the king's knight? It's also kind of interesting that in the really, really old days, in the 1600s, when chess books first started to come out, the squares were not called squares, they were called houses. So the moves would be recorded queen's knight to the white's queen's knight 4th house. And that actually remained in Spanish, because in Spanish the word for square is casilla, which literally means little house. In Russian it's cell, literally.
I never knew that. It's a very interesting point.
Rabbit hole history explorations, instead of doing productive things like studying openings or preparing for tournaments, that's what it yields.
No. This is what you need to do in life. You need to gather those stories and you need to remember them. I also remember, going back to your point about like how to tell the difference between a king's knight and a queen's knight. Well, in the good old days, they did come up with a rather nice solution, which was to, I think they attached a sign on that knight, so you could tell.
That's like good new invention for parties, is to have little symbols that you put on each of the glasses so you know who it belongs to as the night wears on. I think my brother got a set of little fruits like that you attach to the cups. Very innovative.
Well, one thing I did think about once was that I thought that that we should have this kind of machine that basically reveals to everyone your deepest, darkest secret, and everyone is walking around with this machine on their like jumper saying, "This is my biggest, darkest secret," and then you get rid of all the awkwardness, right?
Totally.
It's like, oh,
you just
really?
wear it on your sleeve.
You just exactly. And you show your vulnerability to everyone. And okay, so I just suggested h3. I was just chucking a move out into the atmosphere. But I also noticed that the knight on e4 is loose. And as they say, loose pieces, they drop off. So, of course, there could be some tactical point to Lei moving the knight on the c6 square to b4. And I'm just wondering whether there are any potential jumps as well that Ju Wenjun has to calculate. No knight e3s, no knight f4s, because does it help? To me, it feels like it might actually help black if they exchange a set of minor pieces. Like, for instance, knight f4, you can go bishop takes knight, and then the queen can line up.
On d5.
On the long diagonal, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that bind on the light squares then becomes really concerning. And, the b3 pawn is a weakness. Yeah, right now, black's eyes are trained elsewhere, but once a piece gets to d5, whether it's a bishop or a queen, white definitely does not want to part ways with her extra pawn. So I agree completely, and I think this is one of the reasons why Ju Wenjun should prioritize the move knight c5. Just try to get the knight out of the purview of the bishop. Of course, then you have to calculate who benefits in the event of the trade on c5, and she's down almost an hour on the clock. That's starting to worry me.
Yeah. Well, can we dive into knight c5? It is the most aggressive move, and let's find out what is concerning Ju Wenjun. And, of course, the critical move that you need to calculate is always the capture. Checks, captures, threats, no checks. At knight c5, and we say it, we're going to get it in real time.
Look at that timing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight c5.
So we're likely going to get this position. And in this position, I mean, we can keep the analysis board up. I think queen e7 is impossible not to play. I mean, this move is so natural, it would be a crime not to play it. And I'm wondering what exactly Ju Wenjun is planning against this move. Might it be bishop a3? No.
No.
Terrible
it's not
move.
Be...
Terrible move.
No, it's not going to be that. Oh, he's a great guy. I feel so bad ever like doing.
I do
like
it
one of the
literally
best
out of
guys.
love. I do it because I love his stories and I love when he, delves into. I literally live for that.
Yeah, me too. He's also the most cheerful person ever. Like if you have an awkward moment in commentary, he's always there to lift you up. He looks at you, he smiles.
Honestly, I want to be like Yasser when I'm 60. He's like this in real life too. I think that's what a lot of people should understand. It's not an act. Like I've spent time with him outside of the commentary booth, and he is exactly like that. Warmest hearted, kindest person you'll ever meet.
Yeah, 100%. So I always feel a bit guilty, whenever I do an impersonation of him because he's such a great guy. But it was recognizable. Can you do a British accent?
Can I do a British accent?
Yeah.
Definitely not in front. Not in front of a person with a British accent because it's an abomination. It's an abomination.
It's an abomination.
Yes, I can do the sort of the professor accent, Elizabeth. But honestly, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It's terrible. My British accent is one of my weak points compared to the other European accents.
It's actually not bad because you don't do the mistake that lots of people do. They go water, and they all think that we have that. And
water,
that's the final emphasis.
Water
is wrong. It's water.
Water. Laboratory. Laboratory. Lorry. Are you a lorry driver?
Lorry driver, yes.
Did you watch the Peep Show on the telly this morning? Okay, that wasn't terrible.
That wasn't bad. That was like some lord in his manor with a pipe in his slippers by the fireplace, just watching television and slumming it with plebs. Okay. Sorry, I am half crazy, and so if you give me a chance to do accents and whatever, have you not, I will join in.
I'm better at chess players than I am at like country accents. I think my French accent is decent. I'll bring it out a little bit later in the show after Lei Tingjie, contemplates whether to take on C5.
I can only do one line
for a while.
I can only do one line, and it was Eric Cantona's. His famous line when he got done many moons ago for like drop kicking a fan, and of course he was convicted for this. And they asked him, he had to turn up and do some press conferences, and they asked him how did he feel, and he says, "When the seagulls follow the trawler, it is because they think fish is being thrown into the sea."
Wow,
so
that was incredible. That puts mine to shame.
And please do not clip that one, okay?
No
I forget. This is not just a chat between you and me. There's like some people watching.
In this country, we do not clip anything. What happens in Dunkirk stays in Dunkirk.
Yeah.
Or in Paris, if that is what you prefer. All right.
Okay. Back to the chess.
Back to the chess. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Knight c5 on the board. So it's interesting to me that bishop takes c5 still has not been played. It's very unintuitive for me to play bishop c6 here, but I guess it's possible because the knight on c5 isn't itself exerting pressure on anything specific.
Exactly. And
it's hard to shake that French accent now, is it? Exactly.
Exactly. It is. No,
I tell you, it is addicting. It's hard. Once you get the bug. It's bishop c6 played?
On the flop board, yeah. And good. I was just going to say, yeah, I agree with you. Knight c5 is a candidate for playing around the piece, and now Ju Wenjun starts to unravel, developing the bishop to d2, asking some potential questions to the knight on b4. And still, Lei Tingjie has to find a purpose for her queen, her rook.
Yeah. Now the position starts getting a little spicier. Or is it just me? Like, there's just more contact between the pieces. Both bishops, the dark square bishops, are pressuring the enemy knight. There's, like, ideas related to knight c2 and knight takes d4 in the air, although obviously right now this doesn't even come close to working because I could recapture with either the queen or the knight and hit the bishop on c6. in the latter case. But there's a sense in which things are starting to heat up a little bit. Perhaps black can go queen a8, and just because black is a pawn down does not mean that you should rule out a queen trade. Given black's positional control over key squares in the center, and potentially over the a file, I would be considering queen a8. I would also be considering, the aforementioned bishop takes e5 and queen e7. Although now, Yobi, I'm souring on that idea because I don't really want to give white's knight a really, really nice central post on d4.
Yeah, I like your queen a8 idea, because if the queens do depart the board, then of course black will have another trump just to provide some compensation for this pawn and get the a line. So I like this idea. And also something really worries me. If white is given a free hand, then ideas like g3, h4, queens, I'm obsessed. Queen c1, capture on h6, and I think that could be very dangerous. Or if you want to play it positionally, you can actually say, I can do that whenever I like, and go queen b2, rook a1, and then once the rook has taken control of the a line, then you can begin on just expanding all over the board.
I would probably go queen a8 with black to try to force white's hand in light of what you're saying. Like if you give white a couple of moves, and white covers all her bases, the pawn is a pawn, as Abraham Lincoln once said. In the same speech, he told people to be careful what they read on the internet. He said the famous phrase, "A pawn is a pawn is a pawn." I don't know. Maybe white's slightly better here.
Yeah, it does feel like it. But even if the queen a8, bearing in mind Ju's mentality, she's fighting it out. She's prepared to play it out until the bitter end. I'm just thinking that she might just go queen b2 and then play rook a1 and meet, first of all, deal with the queen side before turning her attention to the king side.
So here's an interesting question in that line. If we could pull up an analysis board, queen a8, queen b2. Can black pursue? Is it dumb to pursue the white queen with queen a2? Wow, Evalbar doesn't think it's that dumb. It looks dumb, but it's important to realize after knight takes a2, the knight actually can jump back around to c3 and start harassing, a lot of white's vulnerable pieces. So after like rook a1, for instance, okay, knight b4 is possible, knight c3 is also possible, and I think this might be the lesser evil for black, because without the queens, white doesn't have as many resources to delegate to the defense of her kind of vulnerable central pawns, even though you do give up the a file here, which is a little bit annoying.
That is annoying. And I was also kind of curious to see how desperate is black to trade off queens. So say, for instance, you go queen a8 and they go queen b2. Are you obliged to actually go queen a2? I just kind of wanted to see how precarious the situation is.
Yeah, Bick, how dare you remove the analysis board? We're not done yet. So instead of queen a2, what sorts of... Are you thinking about maybe taking here?
Yeah, let's just play a move like that. Bishop takes knight.
So bishop c5 dc, and then queen a7 or rook d8.
Just a move that doesn't trade off queens. Let's just say
a move that doesn't trade off queens. Let's say queen a7.
Yeah. Now rook a1. Oh, no, hang on a second. The c pawn is.
Probably
I was, laughing.
Maybe knight d4 is a decent way to direct it.
Yeah.
Although I think black can still take on c5 here. That's the thing. Like rook c1, queen b6, and this construction is reliable, right? It's dizzying. The knight defends the knight defends the bishop, the queen defends both pieces, but it's all safe. It's all kosher.
Yeah, it is.
It's copacetic. When did they say that? The 80s?
I've never heard of that word.
I think it's a US, probably US slang. It's all copacetic, like same era as groovy and Boogie Wonderland.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know a lot of these like slang words.
Beautiful.
BEA beautiful, yeah. I apologize to all of humanity for that one. Okay, so Queen A8, it is possible. But I mean, ultimately, Black should definitely be doing something with mobilizing the queen. Whether to put it on Queen B8 or whether to target Bishop takes knight, they need to do something. You can't just sit around and claim that your position of compensation will last forever, because it certainly won't.
Yeah, the commentators and annotators' favorite phrase, with compensation. Where, under which corner does this compensation hide? What does it consist of? That never seems to be answered, but it exists. It's some sort of amorphous substance, you know?
Mm-hmm. The word that I always hated was unclear.
Okay, best said with a Russian accent. Unclear in the position complicated with chances for both sides. Double
Queen B8
position. Queen B8 rather than Queen A8.
Unclear. What is this doing? Queen B8.
Pretty unclear what it's doing. But what if White plays... Yeah, what is the next move? And that's a great question to ask if you see a move and you're not sure what the intention is. What is the next move? I think the next move might be just Rook D8, and Lei Tingjie might be borrowing from White's earlier idea, which occurred on move 14 when White played Queen D1 to B1. And one of the ideas is to play Rook D1. Can you believe that? Black is doing virtually the same thing 10 moves later, playing Queen B8 and vacating the D file for the Rook, assuming that is in fact the primary idea, which it might not be. Do you have any alternate thoughts on what this might be preparing?
Yeah.
Maybe Bishop B5?
Yeah, I was thinking Bishop B5, Rook D8, as you highlighted, but the Rook on D8 doesn't do too much. I mean, and the Bishop on B5 doesn't make much sense, because why offer a trade of light squared bishops when Black's light squares, like control over the light squares with the bishop, is so superior to White's? Bishop is on E2, which is just purely a defensive piece. So I'm a bit baffled by that. So the only thing I can assume is the Rook comes to D8 and wait and see. But I don't think Black can wait and see for too long, because her plan is very concrete now. The consequence of her moving Queen to B8 means that I can play my favorite move. And I have one of my co-commentators, Simon Williams, to blame for this. H4.
H4. I already know what move you're referring to.
Yes. H4. H4, H5. And we smile, right? Or we thrive.
It's similar to what Ju Wenjun could have done yesterday with this H5, H4, H3 concept. It's not as committal of a move as it may seem, because White's king is in complete safety. So I guess a big general question is, does Ju Wenjun want to play on the queen side or the king side? If you want to play on the queen side, then you make a move like Rook C1. If you want to play on the king side, which is always my preference, I love the idea of going H4. At the very least, you're putting the thought of an attack in Black's head. And I feel like Lei is starting to lose the thread already. And if you can put more of that pressure, it might result in a more serious damaging mistake.
Is it
copacetic?
Copacetic. I've never heard this word before, ever. Could you... Yeah. No, and then I was thinking at like H4, I was thinking, okay, well, if White goes not all in, but just expands in the king side, and her idea is to play Bishop B5, I was just thinking Bishop B5 actually has no sense whatsoever, because you can meet that with not trading the bishops, but simply going Bishop C4.
Great call. And I think that's a worthy line to show. Let's say we go with H4 and Black plays Bishop B5. This is a collinear move. Bishop C4 saying, you want my bishop? You're going to have to, take my pawns to the orthodontist for free. And also Black is losing a minor piece here because the knight doesn't have any squares. If he drops back to B6, you drop the knight on B4.
Knight D7 is in the air.
Yeah, C6, knight D7, even here. Easy clap.
Yep, that is not ideal. And I say that with a British understatement.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, yeah. My life is ruined. And yeah, bishop c4.
Black's life might be ruined after bishop c4. It's genuinely hard to find a move there with queen c1 and bishop h6 on the horizon.
Yeah. People pulling out their thesauruses for Twitch chat. Yeah.
Thesauri. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that. But I actually learned something very interesting.
Thesauruses.
It is. But the plural of fish is fish. If you like, for one type of fish, is fish. It's only when you have many kinds of fishes that you can say fishes.
Oh, wow. See, I did not know that.
I did not know that either. So there you go. Little bit of useless trivia for everyone.
Well, I love the category of plurals that it's like a murder of geese or like a something of salt.
Murder of crow.
Murder of geese.
Murder.
A crow.
I don't know why.
I never know those. A pride of lions, I think.
Yeah. It is a pride of lions.
I'm pretty proud of knowing that one.
And there's like, I don't know, I just remember this sketch from Not the 9 O'Clock News, an 80s comedy show, which is like a whoop of gorillas. And
yeah.
We have a genuine question from our producer Bick. He says, why are we thinking about h4 when white can go at g4?
Yeah,
didn't even cross my radar.
It didn't cross mine either, but it crossed Bick's radar, and that's the important part. To me, you want to make a move that strikes a balance between not being too weakening, and I feel like g4 steps over that because it weakens the f4 square. I just don't feel like there's a necessity, to play it when you can kind of keep all of your assets with a quieter move. But it is very interesting, and it does have the advantage when you actually play g5 of making contact with the hook on h6. The issue might be g5 is met by h5, and there, black is only one move away from completely locking up the king side.
Mm-hmm.
But a genuine question.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh, group of eight. That's actually very good. I thought it was called a House of Representatives.
Yeah. Yeah. G.
Okay.
And,
moving on.
Yeah. And Stockfish consults Vic for Canada. So it's G4. G4 actually a computer suggestion. Let me just put my engine on. No. Wow.
No
Queen
way.
C1. Queen C1 is my top engine. And that one was a move that did occur to me. And I've been like not been consulting the engine. That's not true. I've been like yelling about Queen C1 for a long time. Because after all, who can resist the irresistible, the idea of going for checkmate?
Yeah, I don't know. Too many people who can resist that.
Mm-hmm.
Phew.
And chat is actually like asking us, putting us on the spot. They're saying, isn't h3 better? Because h4 looks highly committal. But as we've kind of said, h4 and the idea of going g3 is you still have perfect pawn structure. So it's not really a committal move per se.
Yeah, it's not.
You don't leave behind any weak squares. I mean, the only weak square is h3, but that's easily defended. And squares are only weak if they can be attacked.
Very true. And we have a mental reference. I think when we hear the move h4, we associate it with a pawn storm. So we think the follow-up has to be g4, g5. But no, I mean, the follow-up could just be to bring this pawn up to h5. And we should also point out that, as we saw earlier with this g3, h4 idea, when we play queen c1 and sack on h6 and then play knight g5, we will be able in many cases to recapture on g5 with a pawn and open up the h file. And if you think that's far-fetched thinking, well, think again, because that is GM level chess, right? You never know what the future holds out. So you have to position your pieces and pawns in such a way that you're essentially ready no matter what life throws at you in the next couple of moves.
Exactly. And like you mentioned, it is the modern day chess. AlphaZero kind of started it, and everyone has run with it. And I've seen so many Grandmaster games where one side just goes h4, or even Magnus does it. It's like his trademark. He does it with the A pawn. He moves it all the way up to a6 and beats you in the endgame with it. And when it comes to h2 pawn, they do the same. They put it all the way up to h6. They win an endgame.
Yep.
And it's just all about space these days. And decision for Ju Wenjun. And I'm just curious about the clock time. So she's now moved under half an hour, and they've played 24 moves. So I wouldn't say she's in any time pressure just yet, but she does look poised to play something. No, she's keeping me guessing. I'm not very good at reading her body language.
Yeah. It's hard to say what exactly is catching her eye here. Yeah, 27 minutes for 6. I mean, it's not ideal, and you want to avoid a situation where things get ultra tactical, because black can spend 30, 45 minutes calculating a single move. Not saying I want that to happen necessarily, but it is a possibility. So you want to keep things relatively positional until time control if you're Ju Wenjun. But this next move is going to decide a lot, and it's going to show us about her frame of mind and her thoughts about where she wants to exploit her advantages. My prediction would be h4. I like that move.
Yeah. I suspect something like that, or queen c1. And also, learning from yesterday's game, she will have noticed that her mistake there was just not seizing the opportunity when it was presented to her. And there it was all about playing h5, h4, h3. And here it is exactly the same. And yes, she does have to play faster, but she is getting ready
to play a move, which is not h4. Queen a5.
a5.
What about queen b6, though? Huh. This was not on my radar at all, I will be honest with you. And I think probably wasn't on the radar of most people in the chat either.
Wasn't on my radar.
Odd move. What is the first of all? What is the idea? But main question is what happens after queen b6, which seems to force the queens off in a favorable version for black.
I think it's the tension of the match, because Ju Wenjun is a very direct, very aggressive player, and here she's, you know, I see her in yesterday's game and today's game. Instead of seizing the initiative, she instead plays a very positional move. So the idea is quite clearly to double on the A line, perhaps play queen a7 and take control.
Yeah.
But queen b6, as you've pointed out, puts a spanner in the works there. So queen b6, she's simply arguing, maybe she's arguing that either she can take the knight, but I'm not sure about that one, or she can simply trade off queens.
Yep,
and
like CB. I'm not.
And she's just saying she's a pawn up in the endgame knight. I was going to say knight e4 and to try to use the d6 square, but that doesn't seem too bothersome at all.
Your old idea, Yovi, would work perfectly here with knight f4. Then you grab. I mean, when you see black's control over the d5 square coupled with the threat of bishop c2, this might be a pretty extreme statement, but I almost would prefer to play black at this point in the endgame with white's pieces really out of promising squares. It also should be pointed out that rook a1 in this position, which would be ideal, runs into rook a8. And this is a classic trick that everybody should be aware of, right? The intermediate capture on a1 with check, then you recapture the queen. Now, the game doesn't end after rook a8. White can play queen takes a8, but unfortunately, this is not checkmate because black has Lufthansa square on h7. So h6 turns out to be a very prescient move. And I think that Ju Wenjun might have just forgotten about queen b6, or she has some hidden idea there.
Yeah, I mean, Queen B6 is a natural move, so I don't think she has overlooked it. But I do feel that she's saying, say, for instance, after the trade of queens, pawn takes queen and the knight must retreat. I'm just kind of considering like knight a4 or knight d3.
Huh.
But knight d3 I don't like because of bishop b5.
Yeah, knight d3. I'll make the moves on
So
the board.
you have to then put the knight on the edge of the board. Yeah, bishop b5. I was disliking this one.
Oh, disliking this one, right? Because you have to allow the structure. But even knight takes d3 and rook a8. I mean, once black grabs control of the a file, again, I feel like we can only talk about whether black has more than sufficient compensation. It's clear that it's at least enough to make a very comfortable draw with a knight like this.
Mm.
Huh.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Could our idea be knight a4 in that case?
Knight a4, process of elimination. I'll go rook a8, hitting the knight.
And then you got me. I don't have a follow through.
b5 here if you go rook a1.
Yeah.
Whoops.
b5 is
Whoops.
whoops-a-daisy. Yeah, I'm not going to do this to Ju's position. I was wondering whether rook c1 could be the idea, but again, problems with the back rank.
Yeah, I guess just taking twice makes the most sense, and Tingjie Lei doesn't play it. I mean, she plays rook d8, which, I mean, obviously you can't criticize a move like rook d8 too much, and you can play queen b6 on the next move. And that comes to the second part of my criticism of Ju's last move. I still don't really see why rook a1 is such an impressive move. She plays rook to c1, and I still think queen b6 should be played here. But I wasn't sure why she didn't do it on the previous move. That would have had the benefit of not committing the placement of black's rook. I feel like she got a little bit impatient there, did Tingjie Lei.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she played very quickly as well. She had all the time in the world to make that decision because I'm sure, just like us, she was mildly surprised by queen a5. But quick response there, rook to d8, queen b6.
Well, how else are you going to smoke this queen out of a5? Because it is on an annoying square.
Yeah, and the knight on c5 is very annoying. So queen b6.
I think we're going to see it.
Okay, I think we will see it. But Lei Tingjie now, she's thinking about what to play. So after queen b6, let's run through the changes. So there's no bishop takes knight. That doesn't change the situation. After queen takes queen. Well, maybe now the knight can...
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so knight can come to d3. And after bishop b5, I think white had the opportunity of actually playing knight takes knight. And then doing a takes, and it's a check.
Right, it's check and white's up a juicer.
Mm-hmm.
Here after bishop b5, I guess there's knight f to e1. And when comparing this position to the other instance of queen b6, the black rook was on f8, and the white rook was where? On e1?
Yeah.
Yes,
the white rook was on f1.
Apologies, f1. So it's not actually clear who this benefits. Both sides have improved the positioning of their rooks. Since the c file opens up, I would vote white, but we're kind of splitting hairs here. I still think the position is in the realm of equality. What worries me is that if she didn't go queen b6 on the previous move, would she go queen b6 now?
Yeah, well, I'm struggling for a plan. So I feel like she has to do something. I mean, it would be ridiculous to make some random pawn move on the king side. There is one big difference that I wanted to highlight with the rook being on c1. Well, now the bishop on c6 is that famed tactical weakness. One protector, one attacker. And so I was thinking after pawn takes queen, knight can actually go back to a4. And say you go rook a8. This is my idea. You can actually play knight takes b6.
Oh, and what's so cool about this, that's really, really nice. After bishop takes c4, it looks like black has this move, but maybe you can run through why that isn't actually possible.
I didn't see that.
You were testing. Of course you did. You were just testing my tactical
but I can go bishop takes
calculation
bishop
before the tournament.
Bishop takes bishop and woohoo!
But
happy
Joanka,
accident.
I win a piece.
You do win a piece.
Come on, you didn't see bishop takes before? Oh, no. Knight takes a8. I've got two pieces for rook. I'm
rook
good.
c8.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now I resign.
Calculation over everything.
Although, that reminds me of an embarrassing story, but please continue.
Here go. Do tell.
I was at a U.S. chess school, which is a yearly chess camp for so-called talented youth. I don't know why they invited me there, but it was led by Gregory Kaidanov, who's a GM, very famous coach here and lives in Kentucky. And throughout the camp, the students, including me, set up this inside joke where every time we would propose a line to Grisha, to Gregory, and we would run through it and then it wouldn't work, we would end the analysis by saying, and I lose. So you would say, what about knight d5 here? And Gregory would respond, well, then bishop e4. And you would say, okay, and then I lose. But I took it to the next level, and on the last day, I was feeling particularly goofy, and I started to propose lines that I knew were wrong, just so I could say, and I lose. And suddenly, like halfway into the class, Gregory, who's like super mild-mannered, he stands up and tells me in Russian in front of the whole class, he's like, if you say and I lose one more time, we're gonna have a problem after class. And I was like quiet and red-faced for the rest of the group, for the rest of the class. So yes, I am a troublemaker, a noted troublemaker.
That was quite a sweet story. You took it too far, Dania. You just didn't know when to stop.
Way too far. I'm just such a rebellious, I come to a place and all the fun stops and horror begins. It's the troll of trolls.
You reminded me there of a scene from The Simpsons, where they're all playing these like outrageous practical jokes on Mo, the barman, and they're doing like things, they're setting him on fire, there's snakes coming everywhere, and Homer's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to play a joke, and he just unscrews the sugar, I think. The sugar, whatever you use to dispense it. So he unscrews it, he passes it over to Mo. Mo serves himself something, he pours it in, and like loads of sugar comes out, and everyone goes, Homer, you took it too far.
Yeah.
He just didn't know when to stop, and he gets banned. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah, everybody takes it a little far, but respectfully, and then there's one person who just never catches the hint.
Yeah, that was...
That person was me.
But okay, we had an interesting question there from chat that says Lei Tingjie is a pawn down, but she has a massive time advantage. Does this give some compensation for this pawn deficit?
I think to an extent, but we'll see when we reach move 30 how much time white still has. I think we had a good discussion about the kind of definition of time pressure yesterday. I think the position is still tame enough to where 27 minutes really does not feel like acute time pressure, at least for me in this position. But still, I think a lot is going to be decided by Lei Tingjie's ability to realize that, to see the bigger picture, right? Yeah, you're trading queens when you're down a pawn, but you have to approach this position very concretely and realize that the reason black is not well coordinated is because of the pressure that white's queen is exerting on black's position. And she's got plenty of time to find it.
Yeah, she does have. And it's also very natural as well, because you can find it by a process of elimination, because really you're not going to go bishop takes knight. White is very well placed to meet that capture. And if you want to give your pieces some purpose, then queen b6 is a good move to begin with. You drive the queen back or you initiate a trade. But
indeed,
but there was that situation that we were looking at. Now the rook is on c1. what happens after knight to a4? So
what happens after knight a4 in the queen trade variation? Yeah. Well, let's go through that line one more time. Trade and knight to a4. Oh, the line where you actually showed, like, what does black actually do if rook a8 doesn't work? My inclination would be to just get out of the whole knight takes b6 shenanigans with bishop b7. Just a little prophylactic move and hold the c7 square with the knight. Like, what does white do? Give me a move. H3.
Well, you do have you almost have knight takes pawn anyhow.
That's the first thing I was thinking. It's funny how I think we both just immediately zeroed in on this idea. Like,
put the rook on c7, exactly. But there is bishop takes knight.
Yeah, or even rook d7. But yeah, bishop takes knight is more clinical. I agree.
So
yeah, doesn't work.
That doesn't work. And okay, so if you just do normal principles in the endgame, you say, still a pawn up, still have that psychological hold over you, and just play moves like g3, king f1.
Yeah,
keep the game
black
alive.
Probably does the same.
Yeah, I wasn't quite. Actually, I would much rather play h4 because there's still a lot of tension in the center, and I don't want black to expand on the king's side now the queens are off the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one person we should invite to the studio right now is Keith Arkell.
Yes,
I think he would help us understand how to consider this endgame. Who's better? He would be able to play for a win with both colors.
Yeah, he absolutely would. He's such a magnificent endgame player, and I agree with you. We should definitely get him on the studio. Bring him on, endgame expert. Keith, come join us. But one thing that I remember being taught was that when there's no tension in the center, it's all about expanding on the wings. And it was actually in the context of French advanced variation. It was like, when you get a position like this and it's endgame, go h4, prevent black from playing g5.
Very interesting. Yeah, that you often see that even in rook end games where you're trying to arrange your pawns in a certain way and really clamp down on your opponent's pawn chain. Why? Because you want to set yourself up for success in the event that all the pieces come off the board and you get either a pawn endgame or an endgame where pawn position starts to matter more acutely.
Yeah. So all about the space. But okay. But the more that Lei Tingjie hesitates, suggests to me that she's not looking at this. She's looking at playing something else. But what? Because one of the things about Queen b6 is that it changes the dynamic of the game. And Lei Tingjie might be just thinking, well, I don't want to do anything so radical. I would much rather just maintain the tension and keep asking white, what are you going to do? How are you going to improve? And we actually saw Ju Wenjun leave the board, replenish her water. And it's actually been such a nice relief, actually, that in this championship, both players have remained seated. At the game, they do have personal resting areas which are equipped with refreshments, chairs, so that they can just chill. But instead, they choose to be present.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a breaking news alert when Jan Nepomniachtchi Dingleren sat down at the board. Here, they make CNN front page if they leave the board. So just two completely different dynamics. But I'm fully expecting Queen b6. I agree that if Lei Tingjie is considering Queen b6, she's wow. I mean, that timing was just ideal.
That timing was superb. We've had a few moments where we've managed to sync the moves with the commentary. Well done, us. And
indeed,
Queen b6 played, and once again, choices for Ju Wenjun. She has just under 27 minutes. Will she trade queens? Will she step back with her own queen? My money is on just making that trade and putting a knight on a4.
Well, I'm not a betting man, but I agree. You don't see white playing queen. I just don't see white playing queen a3 here and walking into rook a8 with rook a2. No, you got to take. Having said A, you have to say B, as the Russian expression goes. And again, I mean, the position's starting to clarify here, starting to liquidate. And the endgame doesn't mean draw. I mean, it's an equal endgame according to the engine. I think we're getting the sense that it's equal just because black clearly has enough compensation for the pawn, but probably not more than that. But
I just had
surprised
an
by
idea.
a line.
No, I just had an idea. And it was just simply queen takes queen
Okay.
while you were talking. Okay, and then it
Look
appears.
at that.
Yeah,
Oh
look
my
at
God,
that.
another
The queens
moment.
have left the board and pawn takes queen. Oh, go me. And knight
Let's
a6.
go. Now, let
Knight
me wait.
a6.
Knight a6.
Knight a6 on the board.
Unbelievable.
Just when inspiration struck, she played it. But I must admit, I was a bit slower to the party seeing knight a6.
Yeah, I was a bit slow to hear what you were saying because I wanted to wait for her to start moving. Knight to a6. Well, the idea is very clear, straightforward, and very powerful. You're trying to remove the defender of this bishop, and the bishop forms kind of the key part of, or shall I say the Keith part of black's defensive construction here.
You know, Keith, he was so chuffed to hear that you really appreciate his endgame skills, and you used him as a pawn.
Well, I got to give credit to my friend Dominique. He's a national master here in Charlotte. He is a huge fan of Keith's Endgame book, which is hard to find. So he hooked me on it. So got to give credit where it's due. But yeah, I really appreciate good endgame players because that's just such a rare skill to play with such exquisite precision.
Yeah, definitely. And also to do it to very strong players as well. That's also incredible. And now that you have Magnus Carlsen, David Howell also pressing and pushing for the advantage, never giving up. I really admire this type of chess, and I do feel that if everyone did this, it would improve their play 1000%. But it does make for very long games. That's stating the obvious there.
Okay, so what does black do here?
Yeah.
I guess moving the bishop makes sense. Either bishop b7 or bishop a8, just to get the bishop out of the line of fire of the rook.
Well, bishop b7 does mean that the bishops on b7 and e7, there's a geometrical pattern there that worries me a little bit. So
you'd be worried about knight takes b4.
I would be worried about, but then, you know, I do see that everything can be coolly met by rook c8. I mean, I just want to also have that possibility as well to exchange rooks if needed. And so bishop b7, you have to take, and then take this bishop. And bishop takes.
I mean, this is just a draw, I think.
Yeah.
Because okay, even a move like rook c7 is possible. Black plays bishop f3. I mean, you can see where this is starting to go. This type of endgame is just too symmetrical to offer serious winning chances for either side. I mean, it's always possible to blunder. For instance, here you could quickly go rook d3, very tempting move, and whoop, bishop b4 check, picking up the rook with a fork. So draw doesn't mean there's 100% certainty the game ends in a draw, but it feels like that's the direction this game is going, and my suspicions will be confirmed if black moves her bishop.
Yeah. Moving the bishop is definitely the best thing to do. Other possibilities, I guess she could play rook c8. But I definitely would prefer to keep the rooks on the board, because if you keep the rooks on the board, then you have extra pressure on d4. As soon as you get it in, as soon as the rooks are off, I do feel that white can start maneuvering and perhaps utilizing this extra pawn.
I agree. Well, big moment for black here. Knight a6, I think, is a good resource. It's probably the best way to generate practical problems for black, but Lei Tingjie has left herself with so much time to make, one or two relatively simple decisions.
She has definitely handled her time very well, and now decision to be made. Bishop b7 is very natural. Rook c8 is another possibility. One move I would not recommend at all is simply to go knight takes knight. If you do that, you abandon protection of the bishop, and, well, that's not good news because you hand white another small advantage as well as this material advantage that white has. So knight a6. Is there any way that white can put pressure? So for instance, after bishop b7, not trading on b4, keeping that knight alive?
But I guess you're implying knight c7, which actually is a very interesting move. And I mean, of course, knight c7, rook c7 has to be calculated, but that version seems very dubious for black. I mean, bishop f3 there, but I don't think that works out. So maybe rook c8. You want to trade? I'll trade. Knight c5, rook c1. Oh, no, Daniel, that's not the move. Just don't do that during the Bullet Championship.
No.
Bishop c1. But again, I mean, I agree that white has a symbolic advantage here. She is up a pawn, but I just don't see black losing with this mega blockade on d5.
Yeah, but all blockades can be chipped away at. So for instance,
Yes.
what I'm thinking of is, okay, it's very, very long-winded. And of course, I recognize that black is also playing. But the way I was thinking about doing it is knight d2, knight f1, knight e3. Okay, we have a move. She played bishop b7.
She did. Go us. And I think we're going to see knight c7.
Oh, that would be a turn up for the books. Knight c7, 26 minutes for Ju Wenjun. She has to take a decision with a knight. Knight c7. I agree.
Yeah, we are in fact going to see a knight move. Knight takes b4 versus knight c7. It feels like knight c7 is the move which eliminates risk entirely. And if I'm Ju Wenjun with 25 minutes or whatever, that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. Can I show a cute line?
Yep.
Just a random line, but very, very pretty, I think. After knight c7, I was briefly flirting with the idea of knight c2, trying to lure the rook to an undefended square. And then after knight takes d5, black should recapture on d5, but it might seem tempting to play knight takes c1. Then after knight e7, king f8, it looks actually white can just play bishop takes c1. But I was actually had my eyes on the move bishop b5, king takes e7, bishop b4, which is kind of a cute mating construction.
That is
but
very
anyways,
sweet.
all of that is a moot point because in this position, white can just play bishop takes c1. I miscounted all of the minor pieces. So these kinds of shenanigans are unnecessary for black, and they merely create problems. I think there's a high likelihood that we see the very stoic rook c8, and that we see a trade of rooks coming in shortly.
I'm just laughing because Lei Tingjie, she's at it again, and her expressions are priceless. And she just gave us all a look that said, I think it's a draw. And Ju Wenjun, well, she is still very much in thought. We are expecting knight c7. But of course, she can trade off those knights.
But yes, but it's position complicated.
Position is complicated. Well, the good
what I've
news
been
in terms of
reduced to.
complication, it's only just complicated for one or two moves. After that, everything is going to be pretty straightforward. And
Agreed.
Lei Tingjie, I just love the way she looks at her opponent. She's pulls her face, makes a grimace, with a smile. And Ju Wenjun, fully focused.
Admirable that Ju Wenjun didn't go for that repetition earlier, but again, the time situation, the kind of body language confidence, I think we're likely heading in the direction of another draw, but there's definitely some juicy moves left because plenty of tension remains on the queen side. And I mean, whenever you have this many pieces making contact and a tactical component, anything can happen. We've seen that, and we know that to be true.
Yeah, And in the meantime, as you said it, anything can happen. And whilst we wait for Ju Wenjun to just take a decision and decide what to do with her knight, well, we're probably going to go on to a short break. But, well, this Monday, something very special is happening. The AIM Chess Rapid begins on July the 10th. This Monday. This is the 4th event in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, and with the grand finals closing in, the stakes have never been higher for players like Fabiano Caruana and Nordibek Abdusattorov, who have yet to secure a CCT trophy. A victory in the AIM Chess Rapid punches their ticket to the finals in December, but the path will not be easy. Among others, Magnus Carlsen returns to fight for his share of the impressive $235,000 prize fund. Use exclam CCT in chat for more. And with that, we are going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More of the Women's World Championship right after these messages.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibanitsa, Kosteniuk, Xijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship.
Hello, everyone, and we are back in the amazing city of Shanghai. Look how beautiful the waterfront is, full of history, full of technology, and full of some chess action, because we are going to see Ju Wenjun, reigning 3-time Women's World Champion, face off in the endgame against Lei Tingjie. And in the meantime, well, we left Ju Wenjun thinking about where she was going to place the knight. Would she make the trade? Would she step forward? And, well, the knight came to c7 as we correctly guessed, Danya.
Indeed it did. And the only sort of zesty move in the position, the trades on b4 would have led almost directly to a liquidation. We saw from the game yesterday that Ju Wenjun is, this isn't for show. She's genuinely always trying to find ways to prolong the game, to put more practical pressure on her opponent. I think this is what we're seeing here. I don't think it's a significant amount of pressure, because by process of elimination, I feel like Rook c8 is uber natural, or shall I say lift natural? Okay, I'll let you pick it up from here.
that one went over my head, but I promise I will do better, Danya. And I will get those some of those jokes. Okay, so I agree with you. Rook c8, very natural move. Really, there's not too many other moves that Black can consider. So, for instance, knight takes knight would be a huge mistake, because those 2 bishops on b7 and e7, they will be forked. Don't want to be doing that. So, rook c8, most natural move on the board. Other moves to consider might be actually just to maintain the tension and just play g5. And it's interesting. There we see a nice comment there. Lei might do to Ju what Ju did to her yesterday, prolong the game and try to put pressure on the clock. It's tempting. I can see the advantage of that.
That would be amazing, but I just don't see a way for Black to put any pressure on White here at all.
Sorry.
Maybe?
They just explained to me. So they just explained to me your joke.
Oh, lifts. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you didn't understand it, because you didn't stoop to my level. So it's actually a good thing that it took you a while.
Okay, so can I explain it out to? It's a very good one. It's very clever. Uber is a taxi service. That one I got. No, I didn't get that one. That went over my head. I forgot. But Lyft is the same. Lyft is the same. But we don't have Lyft at all. So that's why.
That's what I figured. Yeah, I think it's a U.S. for now, probably U.S. and North America only thing.
Yes. Okay.
But maybe the company will lift itself onto other markets as well.
Yeah. So Lyft is another taxi service to rival Uber. So Uber natural, Lyft natural. Now
Uber
like,
competitive
now
industry.
Now I can celebrate your genius there, Daniel.
Well, the lowest form of humor, as they say, the pun.
It's the best form of humor. Let's be
Agreed.
honest. And Kiwi Benjamin saying, you stole it from him. Did he? Anyhow.
What did you steal from me?
Kiwi saying that he's been coining that one for a while.
Oh, I stole it from someone apparently. Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So Chad is blaming me from plagiarism. Is accusing me of plagiarism.
Yes.
Wanted to roll my R there, but didn't quite make it.
My favorite is to call someone a thief. But okay, obviously in English it's thief. But if you do it, I read this great novel called White Teeth by Sadie Smith. I recommend everyone to read it. And there, growing up in South London, you use Caribbean accents to insult people. So I was like, teeth. So I love to do that. Teeth. You teeth of joy. I don't know why. Just a throwback to South London days. But anyway.
I'll put that on my book list. I'll add it to my Goodreads.
No, it really is. It is one to read. It's an incredible book, and if you want to, just understand what it was like growing up in London in the 80s, you got it there.
Thank you, I Stare Goats, by the way, for the very kind message. It ain't easy. It definitely ain't easy, but I would rather be doing this than literally anything else. So it's fun, There's literally only one thing two things I'll roll out of bed for at 3 a.m. One is chess and the other is an early flight. And I wouldn't want to subject an early flight to my worst enemy.
Early flights are the worst. But it's quite funny how optimistic humans are when you book them. You're like, yeah. I'll manage that. No problem.
I'll just go to bed at 8 p.m. the night before. It's not a problem. All you have to do is get to the airport and just put your suitcase on the security belt and get your butt and sit it on the plane. And how hard could that be?
Exactly. But the problem is that all the long haul flights are early in the morning. And they all require you to do the old-fashioned way of checking in. Because nowadays, it's all kind of automated. You just go to the machine, you type in your booking code, you check in your luggage without queuing for anything. But joy of joys, at the 6 a.m. flight, everyone is flying to America. They've closed the machines down, and you have to queue. And you're like, come on, man. What is the point of this? Why are you doing these type of things to me? Anyhow, that's my rant for the day. I'm sorry,
to make travel as inconvenient as possible.
Okay, 97 to the chess. And we're expecting rook c8. Any other candidate moves? I liked g5, to be honest. Yeah,
g5 makes sense.
You're just saying, you know what? The defender of d4 is about to get destabilized one day.
Yeah. Rook c8 versus g5. I mean, there's moves like g5 that you could play. Bishop f8, king f8. I mean, you could keep the tension if you're so inclined. I personally just wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of clarifying the situation with rook c8.
Yeah. It does look good. And ho, look at that, Tanya.
G5.
Look what you played. G5.
You are on a roll. What can I say?
It might be a bad move, though. Rook c8 objectively might be better, but I win the guessing game for now.
You won. I think you even won it after your timing for the last couple of moves.
That was something special. We haven't done that before. Okay, g5. And
but okay.
But okay.
What to do now for white? Yeah, very hard to find move.
Yeah. So also, your idea of rook c8 has not lost its shine. So I think that I would be doing that in the next move. So if you follow up with h3, rook c8, was what I was thinking. And okay. And there we see Lei Tingjie, and she just played a fierce move, just like she had a fierce competition going towards this championship. So let's take a look at how she got here.
Challenger Lei Tingjie is trying to become the 18th Women's World Champion in history and the 7th from China. She would join a prestigious list that includes Xijun, Hou Yifan, and her opponent in this match, Ju Wenjun. Lei Tingjie has already made history several times. She is just one of 7 women to become a Grandmaster as a teenager. In 2021, Lei won the first ever Women's Grand Swiss, and she did it by a whopping 1.5 points, starting the event an amazing 8 out of 9. With a round to spare, no one could mathematically catch her. That dominant victory put Lei into the Candidates Tournament, one step shy of the World Championship. 3 short match victories, and she would be the challenger. Lei won them all, and she never even needed a tiebreak. For her first battle held in Monaco, Lei faced off against former world champion Maria Muzicuk. Lei won immediately in the first game, then secured 3 draws to advance to the semi-final. Lei wasn't done with the Muzicuk family yet. Next came Anna Muzicuk, Maria's older sister. The players started with 3 draws, partially flipping the script from the previous round. But the match ultimately produced the same result. Lei won the 4th game, and with it, her 2nd match. The final moved to China, where Lei faced her compatriot Tan Zhongyi. Like Maria Muzicuk, Tan Zhongyi is a former world champion. Tan greeted Lei coldly in the very first game, delivering Lei's first loss of the candidates. How would Lei deal with her first adversity of the qualification cycle? By taking over the match and never losing again. She won Game 2, and Game 4, and Game 5. Her 3rd win clinched the match with a game still on the schedule. Just like in the last round of the Grand Swiss, it wasn't needed. Now Ju Wenjun awaits. Has the 3-time champ finally met her match in Lei Tingjie?
And there we see the incredible story of how Lei Tingjie got her spot at the World Championship match. First of all, beating Maria Muzicuk. She won 1 game, and then she drew the rest, and then she beat Anna Muzicuk as well. And finally, Tan Zhongyi. And she did it in a really combative way. No tie breaks needed at all, which is very, very convincing. And as Alexandra Kostanek pointed out to us, because China, it was very difficult to travel out of China. She was only allowed 1 tournament per year where she could go to. And first of all, she won the Grand Swiss. That was her only tournament of the year. She won it with, I think, a round to spare. And then, of course, she just steamrolled over everyone at the candidates. And I just have to say, she beat her best friend. Whenever I've seen her Lei Tingjie, I always see her smiling, joking, hanging around with Tan Zhongyi. They grew up together in Chongqing and became grandmasters together.
That's fantastic. I mean, just having someone who you're growing with as a player and as a friend is rare, and just an incredibly valuable, both for emotional support, but also for training purposes. This is kind of an old school piece of advice now, but in a lot of the old books on improving at chess, one of the top recommendations would be to find somebody who is at a similar stage of chess development. And now, of course, you can do it through I was going to say through Skype, but I was like, what year is this? 2009? You can do it online, and finding someone with whom you can play training games, with whom you can study openings, and preferably someone who you're not actively competing with. At least in the case of my students, has really, really helped change the pace and the fun level of chess development.
Yeah, I agree. And if you can find your tribe, so to speak, locally, even better. You know, it really is good to have people that you can hang around with, you get good moods. And one of the things that I would say is just don't necessarily make it so competitive. Just do whatever is fun. The more fun you have playing chess, the more of the growth mentality you have. And in the meantime, heading back to the game, we can see that Knight c7 was played. G5, I was celebrating because I felt like I'd won the chess bingo. And H3 on the board. And again, Lei Tingjie, she is taking a think as to what she will do next. Will she play the most natural rook c8? Step forward with
I
the
don't
king?
like this. She's going for your moves, G5. Can I at least be vindicated with rook c8 here? I understand she played your move on the previous move. Can she at least play my move now? Or
I think she will.
King g7 maybe? One of those waiting... I don't... Oh! There is a cool tactic there after king g7, but again, it doesn't quite work. I was thinking of something where if you can eliminate both of these knights, and then, white has some sort of knight takes e6 and rook c7 idea, but all of the tactics seem to fail here because black is so solid, right? When you've got all of the squares under control, you're just not going to be able to manufacture tactics out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's difficult for white to crash through. But it's very important to be aware of those potential pitfalls there on c7, because once you know them, you can avoid them. And I agree. I don't think king g7 doesn't kind of feel like a good move. It just feels like a wait and see move. It doesn't really improve the position, because one of the things I don't like about king g7 is that the king might be needed to dash over to the left-hand side, to the queen side. I'm so used to. I've now completely removed king side and queen side from my chess vocab.
100%, because it can be confusing. Like when the king is on the queen side, I really dislike that aspect of chess terminology. Like if you have opposite side castling, even when commentating, I ran into this problem where I'd say, okay, white's attacking black's king on the queen side. And it's like what we talked about at the start of the show. It's like the word orange is written in purple. It's like I wish there was a more precise way to talk about it. So left and right side, it's straightforward, but it makes sense. Everybody understands it, and that's what we want to move toward in chess commentary, I think.
Yeah, but I know I get a lot of stick from chess players. And when it first happened, they were like, "Oh yes, that horsey can move too." And what are the potential moves here for Lei aside from rook c8? I'm struggling to see anything, and that is the point. We are also struggling to see anything as well.
Whoa.
And Lei does. Well, she does make a move, and it's not one we anticipated. The knight jumping to the f4 square. Of course, we should look at the most direct moves. It's in Lei's style.
Knight f4. Yeah, this is why, I mean, this move crossed my mind, but I calculated up to this position, and I wasn't sure exactly what black's follow-up is, because the knight drops back to b5, defending d4, and taking the sting at a bishop takes f3. Obviously, black has seriously weakened her queenside pawn structure. And, of course, rook c7, the cherry on top, is now a very serious positional threat. So what's the move that, closes all of the gaps in this position here for black?
Is she looking to use the light square bishop just to plug those holes, like bishop c6, bishop a6?
Bishop a6 is a very sensible move. As is any bishop move. Bishop c6, bishop d5, maybe just go after the b3 pawn.
Bishop d5 again. Very sensible. But bishop d5 always runs into bishop c4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, bishop c4, just like in the old days, where... What was that line where black had bishop b5 and then white plays bishop c4? This is just generally a good idea in this line.
Yeah, it makes sense. And of course, black doesn't want to Give whites a trip to the orthodontist and fix the teeth. I like that line.
I don't know why I brought that up. I don't ever want to think about the orthodontist ever again. So that was an unnecessary reference. But it drives the point home.
It certainly does. You don't want to correct white's teeth. And okay. For now, there's a huge threat of rook c7 on the board. So this is something that Black absolutely has to deal with. What about playing your move rook c8 right now? I don't think she's going to go for it.
She's gone for bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
You strike again.
Yeah. But of course, the white rook is also pretty flexible, can play rook a1 and be very insistent and say, you know what, I want to put my rook on the 7th row.
Yeah. Try to go rook a7, try to go after some of these weaknesses on the queen side. So if we pull up an analysis board concretely, and rook a1 makes a lot of sense, trying to go rook a7. Now, what is Black's response to this move going to be? Is it going to be rook to d7, just trying to nip that plan in the bud? Probably it is. Because you can't go rook a8, obviously. Maybe you can go rook a4. But then, no problem. Black just drops. Well, Black doesn't even have to drop back. The bishop defends the knight.
Yeah.
So White's well of ideas is starting to run dry here.
Yeah, but you underestimated the pawn grabber in me. And the pawn grabber says, there's a pawn on f4 that can be captured. You see it? It involves a king run.
Is it h4, king h2, h3, g4?
It's because it goes h4.
Okay.
So you want to put your king on h3 and provoke. I'm not sure whether you should provoke h5, but if h5 comes, then there's another pawn for one to start pointing at, and then king g4.
Once you take one, the other falls as well. No, but this is exactly what you have to do here, because the sides are at kind of an impasse here. Or White doesn't have clear inroads to make, but neither does Black. And the one thing you have to avoid for if you're Lei, I think some players might be tempted by the thought of bishop takes f3 because you get opposite colored bishops. But here you relinquish your control over all the light squares. And that makes it very, very hard to keep up the blockade on these squares, which means your compensation for the pawn kind of evaporates. So by no means, if you're Lei, do you panic and try to force things. I think just staying put is probably the best strategy here for Black.
But it's very difficult to just stay put and do nothing. And the king does make a move, doesn't go via the h2, h3 square, but instead runs to the center with f1.
Okay, but where is that king going? If you could lift it and put it on any square, where would you put it? Okay, probably c7. I answered my own question.
You did. King c7 is a great square to put it to. Unfortunately, it doesn't look very likely it'll get there. But in the meantime, you don't need to rush with it. The king can just sit on e1 or wherever.
Very interesting.
Unfortunately, the king is in the way of the bishop. The bishop is in the way of the king. So
I guess this is a move. I'm going to make a prediction and say that Black goes king g7 here. I feel like we're entering the kind of waiting game phase of the game.
Yeah. King g7 is a very natural move. King h7 also appeals to me because at least then you give the pawn on f4 a purpose. So if the king steps to e1, you can go rook g8.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't being deep.
No, you were actually being deep. I'm not even looking at all these pawns. You're noticing all these weak pawns, and I'm not even looking at pawns at all. I'm just looking at the pieces.
Exactly, and that's why you're a grandmaster, and I only made it to the international master ranks because I'm all about just capturing and pushing pawns, and I forget about my pieces and what they can do.
There was a funny exchange many years ago when I was subscribed to the Chess Life magazine, just the official magazine of the U.S. Chess Federation. I think it was Yasser or some GM wrote an article where they jokingly described themselves as being a member of like Pawn Grabbers Anonymous, and kind of jokingly described this stealthy organization. And there was you know how in some magazines on the first page you have reader submissions where they write letters to the magazine? There was a submission, and there was a guy who in all seriousness interpreted that seriously and asked how you become a member of Pawn Grabbers Anonymous, how much the subscription costs. Like, in his tone, you could tell that he thought it was completely serious. And the response of the editor was pretty hilarious.
Oh man, I love those type of letters. They're so funny. There was once, I think, a book by John Nunn, which was talking about secrets of rook and pawn endings, and a reader wrote in and complained, and it said, this book is a complete con because it only deals with the H, G, F, and E pawns. What about the other pawns?
Oh my god! I just got that. Yeah, it's symmetrical. Sure.
I thought that was a great line.
When that's awesome. When I was doing my Endgame column for Chess Life magazine, the same one that featured the reader submission about Pawn Grabbers Anonymous, I featured a game of Vladimir Kramnik's, and it was a game that Kramnik lost to James Tarjan, who I have another amazing story about James Tarjan, of how he appeared randomly at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club, but that's for another commentary. So I wrote this article and I analyzed this endgame, and during the article I jokingly refer to Kramnik as like a bad player, or even worse, like or stupid or something. And it was like very, very clearly sarcastic, right? Because at the start of the article it was very deferential. Then my editor writes me and he says, you have a reader submission. And it's this super angry letter that says Daniel Arietzky needs to know his place. He needs to know, what these players have accomplished. And he lists Kramnik's resume. Like, dude, Kramnik crushed me a year ago in a classical game. And it was this long diatribe about how he's unsubscribing from the magazine and removing his membership from the U.S. Chess Federation. Totally serious.
Oh my god.
Over that.
Oh my goodness me. That's yes. Some people don't get jokes. Some people take things very literally, very literally. It's like, how very dare you, Daniel Arietzky? There you put on your poshest English accent.
Audacity.
How disgraceful behavior.
The insouciance to behave in this manner, frankly, does not befit one of your reputation. Said some British person in 1860.
Yeah, but they still talk like that. The king and the queen, former queen, dead, other queen, one who recently died. She used to speak like that. Oh no, queen. But I loved her. But she was great. She really. But it was a very unusual accent. I haven't heard anyone else have. Even like the other like Prince William and Prince Kate, they have a different type of royal accent. So it means I'm very, very. They all talk like this. With the women, they go, "Yes, because I'm very, very rich." Don't you see?
Don't you see? Yeah, I didn't. I didn't notice that. Escapes my all-penetrating gaze.
Literally called the Queen's accent. Yes, it was a special one. And anyhow, so decision time for Lei Tingjie.
Decision time indeed, and
I'm sorry, Daniel.
No, I'm sorry.
You came here to analyze chess. I've dragged you down.
I that's where I prefer to be. King F1 is played. What's interesting is that Black's time advantage is starting to dwindle, but it's starting to become more irrelevant because both sides, I think, now have sufficient time to make the time control. We might see a couple of semi-waiting moves like King G7, Rook C1 to C3. And that's how the game might end. It might end just with a positional draw. Like neither side sees a clear path forward, and so they settle on a repetition. But that hasn't been the arc of the games so far. Usually, it's Ju Wenjun who continues to push the envelope and at some point finds a way to unbalance the position in some way.
Yeah. And we saw that yesterday. She put some pressure and, well, Lei Tingjie saying, if you want to run with your king to the middle of the board, I'm doing exactly the same. But the difference between this king run is that Black can park the king on D7 with good conscience, and the king is completely safe there.
Indeed. Although maybe knight A7 could be problematic there with the king getting to D7. But that's such a... I mean, you'll put a rook on A8 and brush that off like a little mosquito off your shoulder.
Yeah, Black will have to take some time out to defend against that threat. But and now what is Ju Wenjun gonna do? She needs to reveal the plan.
Maybe King G1.
Because
King G1, King G8.
King G1.
Yeah.
But it is tempting. King G1 and see whether Lei Tingjie bites and goes King G8, and then she can go H4.
Yeah, you've repeated once, and then you make the devastating follow-up.
Exactly. I'm obsessed with this plan. I really don't think that the white king belongs in the center, just because it's very difficult for white to unravel. So you have to get your activity in other ways.
Indeed. So 7 moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves until, yes, I had to count because I don't math well, but interesting. And I think Ju Wenjun is deciding the kind of the category of move that she wants to make. It's not just because it's hard to come up even with a bunch of candidate moves. You're like, I don't see a clearly productive move. I feel like white literally has nothing better than to go like Rook C3 and Rook C1. And do you see any way that white can improve her position? Maybe Rook A1?
Yeah, just just my plan. That's the only way I see. If you don't do my plan, if you don't do my plan, I don't know. I don't have it. I can't. I mean, let's just go through it logically. You can't touch the bishop on E2. Can't touch the knight on F3.
Nope, you don't want to give up D4.
Exactly. Don't want that to happen. The rook on C1, if you move it to A1, it's going to get challenged by rook A8. Do you want that to happen?
Nope.
Not really. The king.
The king. There we go.
The king, where are you going to?
All of the arrows are pointing one way.
Yeah, so the king could run to C3 and find itself on... But then what's it doing on C3? I mean, you just...
That's the thing. There's no targets. And why is this impression created? It's because there's no targets. And I was wrong, because when I saw knight F4, I just kind of assumed that these weak pawns could be easily targeted. But when you look at it more closely, this is why knights aren't very good at attacking weaknesses. If white had a dark squared bishop, you'd put it on D2 and the game would be... It would not be an exaggeration to say that the game would be over positionally, because everything would crumble. So you pointed this out earlier. Weaknesses don't exist in a vacuum. Just because a pawn looks weak doesn't mean it is weak. It also has to be attackable by the enemy piece. And rook D1 is one of those moves that I think is almost inviting a repetition with something like knight D5 or bishop D5.
Yeah. Bishop D5 makes a lot of sense. Attacking the pawn on B3. That's the one that naturally draws my eye. But then again, I agree. Rook A8, also a possibility. But before I get kind of consumed with the idea that black should be doing something, let's also ask ourselves, what is white's plan?
What is white's plan? Well, I don't think Rook D1 brings us any closer to establishing the truth of that question, or the answer to that question.
Yeah. But you know something? I was once told by Keith Arkle, or I heard that Keith Arkle said this, that in this type of positions, and especially when your opponent doesn't have too much time on the clock, what you do is you just simply, you wait, and you keep on waiting, and then when you can, when the opponent is low on clock, then that's the moment to sit there and play the tricky move, or just to catch the opponent unawares. But the whole point is that by waiting, shuffling the pieces, you're simply lulling them into a false sense of security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the best players, they do that, but every one of those moves that lulls the player also itself contains a bunch of tricks. So if you just play any response, suddenly they transition to the right plan, and you find yourself caught, with your pants down. So Rook D1 might be a move of that category. Maybe Ju Wenjun is trying to free up her knight and trying to drop back to c3, but for what purpose? Like, where is the knight going from c3? There's always that question at the end, which is like, where is it going from that square? Where is it going from that square? But first, black has to find a reciprocal kind of waiting move. And I'm guessing bishop d5. I think this move is likeliest.
Yeah, bishop d5 is the forcing move. And what happens after, say, you do go bishop c4, and black goes, yeehaw! That should be yay! Yay! I can actually double knights. I can double the pawns. That's what I wanted to say.
So bishop d5, bishop c4, and then bishop takes f3.
Yes.
Well, my move is she takes f3, believe it or not.
Yeah, and then what's the assessment? Worth the trade?
Well, I am very hesitant about giving up this light squared bishop, but the question, of course, is it a worthwhile? Yeah, the price is steep, but is the reward worth it? I don't think so. For some reason, I feel like if black wants to just sit after bishop d5, bishop c4, you could just drop back to c6 and continue asking white, okay, how are you improving your position? Maybe knight e1 is an idea here for white, but all of this just seems very amorphous.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, now you mentioned knight e1, maybe that is the big plan. Knight e1, knight d3. Ah, is that it?
Then okay, knight hangs on b5, yeah.
Yes.
Somehow knight c3,
Knight c3, yeah, you have to do some unraveling.
Yeah, this is I don't think Ju Wenjun has a clear knowledge of what she's going to do, but whatever she's done, her move is working because Lei Tingjie is taking yet again, 6-7 minutes trying to tease out the concept behind Rook D1 when there might be no concept.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it is a mysterious rook move. Rook D1, overprotecting the D4 pawn. Perhaps this is also her strategy as well, because she knows that Lei Tingjie is a fighting, aggressive, direct player. So she says, well, just by waiting around doing nothing, it might provoke her to actually try and find something direct, something concrete. Maybe Lei Tingjie is not comfortable with just shuffling the pieces around.
No, she's definitely not comfortable with that. I think we've seen that in earlier parts of the match where Lei Tingjie tends to err on the side of being more concrete and doesn't always like these undefined, longer maneuvering games. So maybe there's something of that behind the move Rook D1, trying to make her more uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Wait it out. Buckle up, folks. This one is going to be a long game. I feel it in my bones.
It most certainly will be. Okay.
There we can see Ju Wenjun waiting for her opponent, the challenger, Lei Tingjie, to make her response after this somewhat confusing rook move? Well, we will leave the players in the playing hall and revisit the amazing city of Shanghai in a few minutes, as we are going to go on a break. See you in a few minutes. Don't go away.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not
So
interested.
you're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep.
No.
No, I cannot.
Anna Taylor-Joy. Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
I didn't think about winning or defending the goal. I just think we're still a strong team, and hopefully we can play our best.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the action in Shanghai, which is hosting the first part of the Women's World Championship match. And there we saw Ju Wenjun, the reigning 3-time Women's World Champion, in action. She defeated Tang Zhongyi in 2018 to get the crown, and just a few months later, 2018 as well, she managed to defend her crown successfully in the Women's World Championship knockout event, which was a completely different kettle of fish. She had no benefits. And of course, in 2020, she defended her title against one of the youngest, strongest grandmasters in the world. She's Alexandra Goryachkina. And here we see Ju Wenjun with the white pieces. She is a pawn up. But in the meantime, Lei Tingjie is fighting hard and initiating a series of trades and active operations.
And an excellent move just played by Lei Tingjie, really demonstrating a great understanding of how to play in positions where, you know, you're down a pawn in the long run, not trying to take the material from your opponent's teeth, but rather aiming for long-term piece activity. And I know this sounds crazy, but putting serious pressure on white, who absolutely can slide into a worse position with a couple of incautious moves. So knight a2, what is the idea? Well, the idea is to remove the knight from c3 and get the rook to the second rank, where it terrorizes white along the second rank and can jump into b2. Listen, if white loses the b3 pawn, black's the one who's going to be declining a draw. So Ju Wenjun has to be careful. Maybe she might even have to repeat moves with rook d2, gasp, rook a1, rook d1.
Yeah, but even then, it is black who will decide whether they want a repetition or not, because after rook d2, the rook can step out to a3 and attack the b3 pawn. And there we see Ju Wenjun retreat her knight to e1. So she's planning to put the knight on d3, maybe go after the f4 pawn. Whoa.
Ooh,
how is
91? But okay, what is a very passive move?
It is a very passive move, and when it comes to endgames with pawn imbalances, it's all about how mobile the pawns are rather than the quantity. So just remember the phrase quality over quantity. And then I'm not liking this at all for Ju Wenjun. Rook b2, how are you going to defend the pawn?
That's precisely what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I was almost afraid to ask. Is there... Oh! Maybe bishop c4, b5, knight d... Oh, that's a cute line, actually. Whoa! That's a cool line. If we could pull up an analysis board. So rook b2, this is the big question. Now, white could play knight d3, rook takes b3, and knight takes f4, but that is a pond that I'm not sure you want to swim in because you're giving away the passed b pawn. I was thinking bishop c4, b5, and knight to d3, but it occurred to me that black can probably move the rook away, and suddenly the bishop is trapped. Although even here, I could probably get away with going knight c1, and you get some sort of crazy repetition like this. And if rook c2, then the knight goes the other way, knight e1, with the same type of idea. So in any case, there's a lot of repetitions like this where white perpetually pursues the rook, or the rooks pursue each other. So there's a high probability for that kind of stuff happening in a position like this.
Yes. Somehow I felt like white's position was just balancing on a knife edge there. So can we go back and just work through those lines, because it's really hanging in the balance. Rook b2.
Rook b2. I think we're going to see this move, by the way.
But yeah, it's the most natural move on the board. Mm-hmm. Attack a weak pawn, get a passed pawn of your own if you can, and bishop c4 forced.
Bishop c4. Well, or there's this knight d3 idea that we were briefly mentioning earlier. I guess we could make the moves on the board. So here.
Yeah.
Rook takes b3, knight takes f4. Now, the redeeming quality is that white is ready to push d5. And once white pushes d5, the situation destabilizes, and black will have a harder time pushing her b pawn as smoothly as she otherwise would have wanted to.
That is true, but that B pawn is very, very scary. I mean, it's just got free mobility, like B5. You can do it now, right?
You can,
B5,
and I'll play D5.
You go D5, and if I just ignore and I just say, I'm cool with that, I'll take it.
Copacetic, knight takes D5?
No, I'll take it. But what I'm going to do now is I'm just simply going to ignore.
Ooh.
No, I don't want to trade.
Okay.
No, no trades for you. And I didn't want to trade. I didn't want to trade the.
Oh, I apologize. You didn't want to take on D5. Okay, I misheard.
No.
Yep. Straight away before.
Yes.
Straight away before. For some reason, sorry, I thought this bishop was hanging.
No, she's not hanging.
I have to be reminded of certain basic things from time to time. I would be scared here of losing with white. I would absolutely be scared of losing. Because this pawn, as you're saying, rook b2, b3, white has a 4-on-2 pawn majority on the king side, but none of the pawns are moving. Like you push g4, you lose h3. You push f4, it'll take you forever to actually create a mobile passer of your own. Agreed completely. I would stay away from this. So if I'm Ju Wenjun, I'm probably going to go rook d2 here. And then it's up to Lei to figure out if she wants to play with rook a3, but I don't think she will. Because after rook a3, white can defend already with a move like bishop to d1. Never mind. Sorry, that was a terrible move. I never said anything. Yeah, I don't know why that's bad. With my headphones. Not sure why that's bad, but it is. I guess bishop c4 is the move. With the idea b5 and I guess d5. But again, you're going to have to calculate some serious tactics to make this stuff work. Maybe time for a draw for pretty soon.
Yeah, now time for Ju Wenjun to start backpedaling here. I liked your move of rook b2, bishop c4, but some pause from Lei Tingjie. She hasn't made her move just yet. What could she be considering? I mean, rook b2 is so obvious. Rook a3, but then rook a3 is not very active. I think she's just checking and rechecking all her lines. Or maybe she's getting excited because she can smell that the B pawn is very weak, could fall off the board. And then the winning prospects pass to her.
They do indeed. And I think probably she's calculating rook b2, knight d3. I mean, again, black is so in control of the situation positionally that you could play a move like bishop d5. And one line I found to be pretty instructive is bishop d5, bishop c4, and then black can drop back to b7. And even with this extra tempo, it's virtually impossible for white to improve her position. If the bishop moves away from e2 and white goes knight e1 to d3 there, I don't have to make the moves. This is just the last thing. Black can play f3 and try to shatter white's king pawns. So really, I don't think rook b2 is strictly necessary, but I would play it just to force white on the back foot for the first time, you know, for the first time this game, perhaps.
And I also just realized that after rook b2, knight d3, just to point out this tactical motif, it is also possible to play bishop takes g2.
Yum.
Whether you want to play that, that's another thing. But it's there. I'm putting it out there so that people can see it and memorize that pattern.
Rook takes e2, deflection, and the worst defender is the king, because by rule it has to move when it's checked.
Yes.
Not bad for black either, I think, this position. You are still down a pawn, but you've got plenty of activity.
You do have activity, but this is my least favorite line, just because in terms of the bigger picture, the b3 pawn is so strong.
Agreed.
Oh, and the play's still not reached 37. Oh yeah, no other.
Not quite what I
it's good to see that these little hiccups happen to the greats.
Oh, it most certainly do. They most certainly do. The two play buttons look exactly the same.
So you know, I learned that when I was in control of the board. It's not that easy to talk draws, and come up with
Yep.
good variations.
And watch out for, Bick's amazing recommendations at the same time.
We're still waiting for them.
I know. There was one
It's
earlier.
like he's
and now-
lost his enthusiasm for the endgame. Please, Bick, send them our way.
It's just hard to generate tactics in this position. Everything is so clearly defined. The knight's coming from e1 to d3. The bishop's coming from e2 to c4. Everything is cut and dry. But Black's next decision is really going to determine a lot, because if she plays bishop d5, this tells me that she's adopting a waiting game. If she plays rook b2, then very likely Black is already starting to think about maybe even playing for one here.
You're going to whisper that. No, I mean, absolutely. Rook b2, aggressive move. Bishop d5, solid. Both good. But one is the one that I prefer. But it's Lei Tingjie's style to go rook b2. Rook b2, allow knight d3. And
yeah.
No, I'm trying to figure out like what could be the thing that worries Lei Tingjie, and there is something, but it is so slow. So say for instance rook b2, knight d3. I'm just wondering if this knight on f4 could do some damage, but it needs a lot of help. It needs assistance from the rook on c1.
Yeah.
Rook to come to c1, a knight to come to h5, and then the black king will be feeling nervous, but it's slow. Takes too many moves.
Agreed. Yeah, White just needs to, with so many moves to untangle here. Okay, so single digit time. 1, 2, 3, 4 moves remaining for Black. That's not one. So like I said yesterday, doesn't matter the position, you really want to try to avoid a situation where you have, let's say, less than a minute on the last move. Because the 40th move, Yovi, and I'm sure you have your share of stories about the 40th move, it's really a famous move because so many blunders, so many deciding mistakes, so many decisive moments have happened on the time control move.
Yeah. You're bringing back a lot of painful memories. The worst one was when I had a completely level game against a grandmaster, and then I made my 40th move. I went dashed off to the bathroom, as we all do, and then on the way back from the bathroom, it just dawned on me. I had just literally put my king in a mating net. I was just like,
you're running from the bathroom, panicking.
Why did I step forward? Why did I not step back? It would have just been a draw. And it's just like, oh my goodness me. And I came back and sure enough, that mating net had been constructed around my king. And I was like, oh. And it was a team game as well. And, extra emotion there.
Yeah, so many revelations happen for chess players in the bathroom. I was playing the last round one time in a tournament in Riga, and I had just a regular Sicilian position. I went to the bathroom, and while I'm doing my business, it suddenly dawns on me that I've blundered my queen, and then my opponent can make. Basically, I had like a bishop on c4 and a queen on c3, and it occurred to me that he could push his d pawn up to d5, attack my bishop. The bishop moves, and then he plays d4, and my queen is trapped. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just like thinking, I'm like, this cannot be. Something's got to be wrong. But every time I looked for a defense, there was none. When I came back to the board, I was so convinced that I was about to have to resign. And then I noticed that in my mind, I had misconstructed the position, and I had a free square available for my queen. And the relief was just, that feeling of relief is so nice. It also happens when you think you've blundered, and then you find a defensive move in response to what you think is the refutation. Same type of thing.
It is the same type of thing. Oh, yeah, those happy accidents, I call them. Also, it reminds me of like when you dream something and it's so vivid, and then you wake up, and what are we seeing? The rook did come to b2, rook to b3, and Ju Wenjun's plan is unhatched. Knight takes. Ooh.
We might get the position we were discussing after b5, d5.
Yeah. And I'm just going to have the evaluation bar is like laughing at me and saying like in the middle, but I feel this is far from the middle.
Always
Anything
in the
can
middle.
happen. Plus 0.0, well, now it's gone up to 10. 0.10, which
A
means
massive advantage for white.
well, it just means like everything is quiet on the front, but absolutely not. I mean, there's so many possibilities for white to go wrong now. And d5, definitely. Bishop a3, played. Move 39.
Whoa. Spicy. And this leaves white with 10 minutes for her final 40th move. Bishop a3, bishop a3, bishop a3. What is the idea of this move?
Maybe just to
Well,
get
I
out of
guess-
harm's way.
Ah, so that d5 doesn't really come. Well, it comes with tempo, obviously, but after ed knight d5, she might want to go b5 in that position. And
Yep.
then we're definitely in for a long endgame because you never know. That kind of position could very well be double-edged. You could let the pawn slip through to b3. I don't know.
And I'm also guessing that her big plan is actually with that bishop, if white doesn't go d5, maybe to go bishop b2 at some stage and also start asking questions to the d4 pawn. b5, b4, still very much in the air, very dangerous. Ju Wenjun now has to use her time to play as accurately as possible.
This is a big moment, a big deciding moment. Is Ju Wenjun going to play d5? Because if she doesn't, well, why did you put your knight on f4? Why did you maneuver it all the way from f3 to e1 to d3 to f4? If you're not playing d5, well, the alternative is I think bishop c4. But I don't see the point of that because then you're helping the rook slide into a superior spot on c3. I'm anticipating d5. I think we're going to see the trade. We're going to see b5, and we're going to be in for another long, long endgame where anything can happen.
Yeah. And do you think that Ju can bail out with moves like rook d3? And if black refuses the rook trade with rook b1, just keep on shuffling?
Rook d3. Oh, I didn't even see that move. Wait, actually, this might be not such a bad way of trying to force a draw. I mean, I guess if black wants to play for win, black could go rook b2. But I don't know. I don't know if Lei will do that. White could also go bishop f3 here, by the way. Very important detail. With a rook on b3, black can take twice on f3. Here, black can't. And the bishop trade definitely favors white. So it's possible. Yeah, rook d3 is possible and is just a draw offer. Rook d3 is literally a draw offer.
It is. And, well, Ju Wenjun. She's now around 7.5 minutes on the clock. And one of the big benefits of Lei's last move, which I completely forgot to mention, is that it actually takes away the c1 square from the white rook.
The c1 square, yeah, which means rook c1 is not a problem, which means the bishop remains stable.
Yep.
I think we're going to see either d5 or rook d3 here. I think that's very, very likely.
Yeah. d5. My money's on d5.
Agreed. I think d5 is the likelier of the two.
Oh, hang on a second. We
Wait, I'm not
do
supposed to
have
agree
some
with you.
lines from our producer,
Do
Vic.
we?
Yeah, he says you do have to be very careful. If after a move like d5, black will naturally play e takes d5. And after knight takes,
Okay.
black's plan is simple. b5.
b5.
And then watch
so you
this.
just ignore
Watch this.
everything, push
Watch
the pawn.
this.
Yeah.
No, because I actually misread the message. White will play f4.
f4.
And then after b4, f5. And
You just
looky
don't care,
there.
you.
White's pawns are running faster than black's.
And if I go bishop b2 here, I guess you go e6. The thing is, even here, right, you've pushed your pawn all the way, great, congrats. But even here, if I take on d5 and I play a move like bishop f6, black shouldn't lose this. You've got this passer on b4, and you've got a full blockade on the dark squares. This is why opposite-colored bishop endgames are so hard to win. But yeah, something like this is not unlikely. This is probably what Ju Wenjun is calculating right now.
Yeah.
And,
but Dania, you
yeah.
should never doubt the BIC, because after bishop b2, bishop c4 is a great move.
Great call, Jovanka. d5 on the board.
d5 on the board. Okay.
Wow. Okay, he takes d5 is going to happen, no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ju Wenjun is just no fear. She's just, she's just going for the sharpest possible instance of each endgame.
And now knight takes pawn. And this is the big question. In light of that dangerous line where white pushes the f pawn, who knew that that pawn was so dangerous? But it is. Is the best move simply to go bishop takes knight and take the game into an opposite color bishop with rooks on the board?
I like the sing-song. The rooks on the board, very important addition.
Yes. Just in case. Because with the rooks off, it's just going to be a draw. But yes, the rooks are on the board. And I once attended a lecture on in games with rooks and opposite color bishops. And what was really important there was that it was all about mini plans as opposed to one big overall plan. It was just all about small improvements. But it was super necessary that if you're trying to win with the with the extra pawn, that you should keep control. You have to control the other side, the other complex, because if you lose the control of it, that's it. You're not going to be able to fight on it, and that will usually be enough counterplay to secure the draw. And the players have passed move 40, which means one thing and one thing only. They do get that 30-minute bonus time. So this means that they can leave the board, they can go to their resting areas, get some refreshments, perhaps go to the bathroom, get a break, and reset.
Indeed. Plenty of time on the clock. I mean, the position's complicated, but it's not that complicated. It's not to the point where there's tons of calculation to do, because black's choices are limited to two. One is b5, and the other is bishop takes d5. But I don't see the need to take on d5 and try to beg for a draw, because with opposite colored bishops, if there's a 4-on-2, you never know when that kind of position might be winning. So if I'm Lei, I'm considering playing the move b5 rather quickly.
Okay. And that means we do have to investigate this f4, f5 line in a deeper way. So b5, f4.
b5, f4.
And I mean, yeah,
b4?
certainly.
I mean, this is what we looked at earlier, right, with b4.
Yeah. So f5.
Yeah.
Keep him pushing.
Or we looked at bishop b2.
Yeah.
But what's more natural here? I guess bishop b2 is natural. Also, rook b2 comes to mind. But apparently this is a very bad move because it allows the knight to swing around to like c4. It's actually important to keep the rook on the third rank. Yeah, bishop b2 is not that obvious. With the idea of bishop c4, bishop takes d5. I mean, yeah, you have to start finding computer moves here to hold.
Wow. That is a very impressive move. But it works. Well, as Ju Wenjun resets herself after the time control, we need to reset on how long she's been at the top. Thankfully, we have a small essay prepared on how Ju Wenjun fought her way to stay at the top.
Born in 1991 in Shanghai, world champion Ju Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th 4-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished second in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Ju Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Ju Wenjun.
And that is the story of Ju Wenjun, how she became a women's world champion, how she defended her title several times, and of course, she's now in the hot seat facing off against Lei Tingjie. And one of the things that really strikes me about Ju Wenjun is how resilient she is, how composed. She doesn't reveal too much of emotion whilst playing chess, and this is the most important, how fighting she is. We see every game she commits to it with the will to take it all the way to the bitter end. And here we see Ju Wenjun pressing once more against Lei Tingjie.
Yeah, the last move was knight takes d5. We had that explosion on d5, and it wasn't always this imbalanced. There was a time when white had a b pawn. Black finally was able to come around and remove that pawn from the board. Now we have an actual imbalance. White is still up a pawn, but it's a 4-on-2 on the king side. But 4-on-2 is usually a very menacing pawn majority because it means that it's easy to create a passed pawn. That could not be further from the truth here. Here Black already has a passed pawn. She could set it in motion on this very move. White's only real chance to create a passer, as we've already discussed, is to push the f-pawn up to f5 and then quickly shove e6 through. And this is most certainly the subject, Yovi, of Lei Tingjie's calculations right now. If she's worried about this, then she can eliminate this knight and try to force the rooks off the board. But then she's got to evaluate that ensuing endgame as well.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. A lot of things to calculate and a lot of things to assess. And I just saw some interesting questions posed to me from our producer. So I'm going to ask them to you, Dania.
Okay.
How would your life change
I'm ready.
if you became world champion? What would you do?
How would
with
my
your life?
life change?
Would you take months off at chess, or would you power through a few weeks after your title match with another tournament?
I think I would permanently retire. I would pull like a Peyton Manning. I would just Roger Federer. I would just retire at the peak of my abilities. But because I feel like once you win the world championship, I can't. And this is what I can't imagine with Magnus is just the X that's on your back when you play any tournament. People also don't really fully appreciate how hard it is to play with that on your shoulders. The fact that literally anybody who ever beats you in any game, no matter how casual, no matter if it's a blitz tournament in the park, will be able to brag about that forever, much less in an open tournament or an invitational tournament. Like you beat Magnus Carlsen, that's essentially a lifetime achievement. I don't think I'd be able to tolerate that or to handle that, Yogi. So I'd be happy, but I'd probably retire.
Yeah. I think I also couldn't handle the attention or the pressure as well, because it takes a certain type of personality just to devote themselves completely, 100% to the game. You do have to have this element of ruthlessness. You have to be efficient. You have to have the right team behind you. And like you say, just to deal with all the attention that you're going to get. If you win a game, it's expected. The highs are going to not be that high. The lows are going to be awful because everyone's going to make a song and dance about it. But when it comes to taking months off, I would take a year off. I would have that air of mystery.
A decade.
Exactly. Let everyone wonder, was I the best world champion ever? What could have been? I mean, actually thinking about it, that's a smart move, right? You become world champion, you don't play again.
Right off into the sunset.
Yeah, with your bag of gold. But I do know that Ju Wenjun is actually not going to rest on her laurels. She is actually going to go off and play the World Cup in Baku.
Oh, so she's going to be Baku in action pretty quickly after the
Yeah,
World
she is going to be Baku in action. And someone else who was Baku in action, I remember Ding Liren. He went and played in the Grand Chess Tour immediately after he became world champion. And I think Nepomniachtchi also did the same. And it wasn't a good showing. I mean, I just didn't understand the decision.
Nepo went to play the tournament right after he became world champion. Oh, wait.
No, Ding.
Sorry.
Ding.
Yeah, that was deliberate. But
yeah. I'm sorry. I said it in a clumsy way.
No. That was below the belt for me. But it is. I mean, I can't even imagine the energy that you expend in a match like this, and then just coming and playing a regular tournament almost feels weirdly boring by comparison. Really, just stress levels and energy that you have to give away that's unimaginable to me.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the World Cup, Baku is actually going to be super interesting because it's actually the only event that Magnus Carlsen has not won. And he's going to be playing there. And there are 3 tickets to the candidates tournament, both the women and the open. And I'm very curious as to who will qualify. And in the case of Magnus Carlsen, will he want that ticket to the candidates? Did he give up his title
the question.
just to go and play the candidates? And then if he wins the candidates, go, no, this is not part of the plan.
I feel like, well, obviously his qualms about the World Championship match, as he explained, it mostly had to do with the amount of time that you have to spend preparing and the fact that it's a whole procedure, right? It's not just a match. And he was just not at the place in his career where he felt equipped to do that for, a 6th time. But I feel like if Magnus goes through that ladder, if he jumps through all the hoops and he makes it with his own work to the World Championship, he'll actually want to play. He'll want to reap the fruits of his labor because he'll remember what it was like to climb from the candidates to the World Championship match or from the World Cup to the candidates to the World Championship match. We'll see.
It would also be a world first. You give up your title and then you go play the World Cup and then you win the World Cup Okay, obviously Magnus gets the ticket anyway to the candidates because of his high rating. But then you go to the candidates and you re-win your own title. That's a fun one for me.
For sure.
And in the meantime, we do see Lei Tingjie. She did not push the pawn. Instead, she retreated the bishop to c5, which then begs the question, what's that doing? She's up to her tricks again. So if you do back up with f4, then bishop takes knight is going to be something to think about, right? Or maybe not.
Is it though? Because I take with the rook.
But then you rook b1 check.
Yeah, and then I go, bishop d1
Yes,
for
bishop
instance.
d1. And then I was hoping to argue that this was enough, so I go rook b2.
Well, I think it is. I think you're right. I think black's activity should be a pretty straightforward draw. Because this is threatened, right? And if I go g3, for instance, well, probably rook f2 and rook f2 and rook h2 is very pretty because you attack h3 and you're threatening bishop f2 takes g3.
Mm-hmm. But even then, is that still so clear cut? Because the pawn will reach to f5. And I guess that's not so dangerous.
Scary. f5, f6 is an idea. And one mate that I've seen very often in like bullet chess is when you have this construction and someone assumes that king g8 escapes the mate through h7, but no, check here, and then whoop, suddenly bishop c2 is mate. So it is possible, right? You don't need a lot of material to get mated. This is a case in point. And let's see. We have the position after bishop c5. Tons of time available for both players here, and they're going to be using all of it.
Yeah. And I imagine that Lei Tingjie will be using all of her time here because this is a very complicated position. And Ju Wenjun, her position is a little bit more straightforward in the sense that it's very clear what she wants to be doing. She wants to be going f4, f5 at the right time, get the knight out of the way, and just hassle the black king. Or she wants to push a pawn all the way to its destination. 12.
Phew. Okay, well, f4 is the kind of central move that we're trying to assess. Bishop c4 makes, I think, a lot less sense because it just sends the rook where it wants to go anyway. Are there any alternatives to f4? I guess there's this weird move king e1, but I really don't see white playing it.
There is knight f6. I see me a checkmating nets potentially.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like, ooh.
But it really doesn't work.
Rook b2, but you can make it work. Rook b2, ugh. Actually, this is actually not such a bad move. Because even though you give up f2, this position's tricky for black. If you play bishop f3, then the mating net works to perfection. This is one for newer players to remember, right? Wherever the king goes, the construction is the same. I think this is the Arabian mate, with the knight supporting the rook, the pawn supporting the knight, and the black's pawns obstructing the king's escape. Unfortunately, after king e1, there's the move bishop b5. And the point is that after rook d8, by the hair on his chinny chin chin, black is able to survive the mating attempt with the aid of his light-skirt bishop.
Yeah. And
anyways, back to reality.
Nice line there, bishop f3. But Dania, I have to correct you. Not called the Arabian mate.
It's not called the Arabian mate. I had a feeling it was wrong.
It's called the hook mate. The Arabian is when the knight is on f.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on f6 and rook is on h7.
Yeah, that's the Arabian. It's the oldest checkmate. It was. Chat had sussed me out. I did a course on checkmates and their names, and some of them have passed me by, but this one I know, hookmate.
Hookmates.
Yeah,
I'm pretty bad with the names of mates because some of them are like incredibly. There are some names for very obscure mates. Like recently, I learned the dovetail mate.
Yes.
Which I think is when Not totally sure, but I think it's where the king supports the queen, and the queen has
Yes.
to mate the king in a certain way. Pretty
Diagonally.
interesting.
Yeah, and then you have like weird ones like the epaulette mate.
Epaulette mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, like the king is being flanked by 2 rooks, and then the queen checkmates from 2 squares, and then I don't know. Epaulette is to do with the shoulder pads that French general army officers used to wear, and then you have Morphe mates, and then you have things like the double bishop mate, which is self-explanatory, and then the view. Anyway, I could go on and on and on, but
That's
there
pretty
are a lot of
impressive
weird
that you
ones.
know all the names, because
Well, I did a course on them, so like I said, some of them have kind
Yeah.
of like stayed in my memory because you use them all the time, but others have
Mhm.
kind of disappeared. Like one I never knew the name of, but when you have a pawn on f6 and a queen on g7, that's called a Lolly's mate, named after
Oh, Lolly.
chess player
Yeah.
called Lolly. Yeah, and Hikaru uses that name all the time because I love me a lolly.
We could get a lolly made on g7, a lobster pincer, and take the juicer. Cut
Yeah.
through a die, rotate knight to f6, pawn g7, takes, logical. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a lolly. We can lolly him on g7.
You got it. But that
never
I never
done.
knew
I'll
until
never
I did
forget it
that
now.
course. I never knew that name. I was like, really? And the lawnmower mate, 2 rooks, on the edge of the board, or otherwise called as the rook roller. I'm sorry, Dania. Checkmating names.
They're
Yeah.
convoluted. And not as
then-
convoluted as this position, but pretty convoluted.
It is, and again, decision time for Ju Wenjun. She is going to take a pause, and there we see her ready in action, deciding what she's going to play. Will she push the pawn forward? Well, we will find out soon, because we are going to go on a break and let the action keep on stewing in the beautiful city of Shanghai.
Chess.com's
take a
game
10-minute
review
break.
recently
Come
got
again.
a major update.
Can we get a
Here
slightly
are
longer
4
break? I
key
mean-
notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop e5 with mate.
way!
It has to give it. Mate! You bloated mate!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Sijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship.
Hello everyone, and we are back to catch up on what is happening in Game 4 of the Women's World Championship match in Shanghai, an incredible city. Well, it is the home city of reigning 3-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun, as she plays in front of the home crowd. Ju Wenjun, she promised us fighting chess, and she is delivering. She is determined to find all the best moves in the position. And we left Ju Wenjun when she was having a deep think as to how she could nurture that small advantage that she has. And we do see from the camera that Ju Wenjun did place her knight on f6. And now the ball has been basically thrown over to Lei Tingjie. It's been a long day. That's not even a name.
Hasn't it?
Lei Tingjie.
The players have merged to get Lei Wenjun. The players have decided to merge their brain power and split the world championship title.
That would be a first. And Lei Tingjie, she is thinking she has to come up with a response to Ju Wenjun's active play. And this was actually a move that we touched upon. We did, that Black was planning moves such as Rook D8, check, and perhaps playing Bishop F3 at the right time. Definitely the Black King is feeling some nervousness.
For sure. I mean, anytime I like to, this is a hard thing to phrase, but essentially when there even is a mating mechanism, you're nervous. When there's a single minor piece that stands between you and, the deep dark abyss of death, you start to get some shudders, and you start to see these combinations unfold, like Bishop F3, which we talked about. So Black has to find a move first and foremost that discourages Bishop F3, which deflects the bishop from its protection of E8, which allows, the hook mate to be carried out. And so the move, which I think checks all the boxes, is Rook to B2. Why Rook B2? Look at that. We have to give ourselves some credit today. I mean, we've done this you've done this quite a bit more, but now I'm just taking a page out of your book. Rook B2 on the board. And the idea is to meet Bishop F3 with Rook takes F2 check, and then move the bishop somewhere along this diagonal. And the bishop does have 2 available parking spots on which it can get away from its vis-a-vis on F3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we did see that very cool line earlier. That Bishop F3 is still very much possible, but it's not quite Ju Wenjun's style just to go into all the complications like that. Instead, she will play a more refined move, but how how to break this. I mean, is she going to be playing knight d7? No, knight d7 allows, or is she going to start going for f4, f5? Many questions. h4, h5. It's not easy for Ju to unravel her pieces without giving some concessions.
Yeah, I mean, and also we should point out that time control has been reached. We talked about this yesterday. 17 minutes feels very different when it's moved 30 and you have that pleasant feeling of 30 minutes being added to your clock. Now, every second that you're spending is a second you're not going to get back. Okay, that's not true. You will get 30 seconds back via the increment. But past 30 seconds, you're not going to get any of those seconds back, which means you have to put it to good use. And you have to make sure that the game is moving towards some conclusion. You can't simply keep things complex forever, or this will end in a time scramble. My guess is that Ju is probably calculating bishop f3 right now. She might also be considering f4. There you have to look at bishop takes g2 check. Suddenly you have to calculate some tactics here. And we're about to see a move. Will it be f4?
Well, this is the funny thing, because earlier on I pointed bishop takes g2, and it took me, and I said to everyone, I just want everyone to put it on their memory banks. And literally, when I looked at this position, I did not see that instantly. It was only now when I started looking at everything, and let's go, f4 on the board. And now the decision is with Lei Tingjie. Is she going to be seduced by that extra material and go bishop takes g2? I think not. That would be a bad move, because the black king is still in that mating net.
It would be a, well, I wanted to say terrible move. The engine is actually not, does not evince disapproval as strong as I would expect. And the reason why is that first of all, after king f3, no, black does not lose on the spot, because there is a check on e3. This forces the king to lose contact with the rook, which gives black a tempo, which black uses to cover the d8 square. Ugh. You got to make a move like this and give up b6 pawn. You're going to be... Then the game would actually last for another, 3 hours, because black's torture would never end here down a pawn. So why engage in all of that? Because the move f4 looks menacing, but again, as we discussed earlier, even if white goes f5 and e6, black can take and play king e7. So I don't actually think that Lei Tingjie should panic at all. I think she should make a neutral move, like bishop a4 or rook a2. The one thing she should not do by any stretch is to play b5, because then after bishop f3, your own pawn is blocking your bishop from escaping along this diagonal, and that loses the game instantly.
Yeah, and that's actually quite a difficult spot, because it is very instinctive, when you're stuck for what to do, just to go, well, let's just play b5, get some counterplay, but you have to see deeper. Rook d8, definitely dangerous times for the black king. One move that appeals to me is actually moving the king, or maybe I was thinking h5 or anything, but I realized that h5 could be something not so good.
h5, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that knight away from the king and get some lift.
Oh yeah, to play on our earlier theme.
Yeah.
I mean, both players have their luft, but that was from a different era. That was back when the kings were, chilling on the king side. Now, it's like, the ancient ruins of an old civilization. A clay tablet here, a stone ruin there. The kings are now posturing to get into the center. I don't know. I don't know where the sentence is going at all. Like, I'm just... I don't know where this game is going either.
Well, something that I see there from chat is that everyone is wanting that decisive game. But we have to remind everyone that when chess is played to a very high standard, when both sides ultimately play very well, the game will tend to finish in a draw. So we did see, I think, in game one, I mean, they both had like some ridiculous score of accuracy. Like it's like 97.8% accuracy. I mean, that's just insane. Puts it a very high quality.
No, the quality of the games has been phenomenal.
Really very evenly fought. And what I like about these players is that they are taking their time at these critical junctures. They're doing everything right. F4, and you sense that the time is now to come up with a plan. And you highlighted bishop e3. I like that move, just targeting pawns, forcing the white f pawn to move forward. And if there's lots of pitfalls. So b5 would be a big mistake, as Daniel has highlighted. And at the same time, you feel that b5 is the kind of move that you could play if you were given like 10 seconds on the clock. You would just go b5. And
yeah,
then,
for sure.
You're in trouble.
In a hyperbolic game, I would play b5.
Yeah.
And lose.
And like
or
a
flag
cold
my opponent.
shower.
Bishop
And,
f3, I would
see-
play rook b1 or something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just see a question from chat that's asking me whether I've played Ju Wenjun or Lei much. No, I've never played Lei Tingjie, but I have played Ju Wenjun twice.
Same.
And she's a very strong player. Yeah.
Yeah.
We played in Checkmate season 1. It was in Malta, I think 2015, I want to say. And I had the white pieces. And then we played in Isle of Man. And yeah, she lost on time. That was the big thing that happened to her there. It wasn't like a tiny bit better, more comfortable for me. But I'd survived the storm and suddenly she froze and she lost on time.
That's relatable.
Mm-hmm.
Both the freezing and the losing on time part.
I don't tend to freeze, but I don't tend to calm down. That's the problem. I'm not calm when I'm playing blitz chess. I'm literally going like this. Like, you're talking about like reading body language. You can read me like an open book. I'm like one eye on the clock, and then my eyes is like, what? And then I'm literally spending more time looking at the clock ticking down than being calm and in the flow and looking at my position.
Well, it's very hard to avoid that compulsive behavior when you're like in a blitz time scramble OTB. You're always just, your eyes are like darting between the board and the clock, and seconds tick by so quickly over the board. But I feel the same way. I feel like when I'm time scrambling on the computer, I'm completely calm. Everything's fine. I played an over-the-board blitz tournament recently, and my friend came up to me after the game. He's like, man, I didn't realize you were so nervous in time scrambles. Your hands were shaking. You're barely making the moves. I'm like, dude, I was playing on my last second. This isn't like playing with a mouse. This is a different experience. I was like huffing and puffing and breathing and banging and Jesus.
But this is the big difference with over-the-board chess and online chess. Online chess, you're just like in a different world. Over the board, it's like this beast comes out and anything can happen. And I was just like laughing at the image of you.
This beast is so unpredictable. It behaviors that you would not normally engage in real life. That's the thing.
But there are some tricks to playing good chess when you only have seconds left. So here is old school trick number 1 that was taught to me by International Master Anna Zatonsky. Mm-hmm. And she said, when you don't have seconds left, first of all, you move a piece as close as possible to the clock. And then from then on, you just literally make very short moves with that piece that is closest to the clock. And you don't care about the actual position. It's not about whether you're going to get checkmated, nothing. Chess doesn't matter. It's just like if you have a6, push it to a5 and no long moves. Because we saw this in Norway chess when they were playing the Armageddon chess. They got this increment of 1 second and it really did not help them because you saw players like trying to play perfectly good chess, trying to move the queen from h1 to a1.
Yeah, to a8. Yeah, exactly. The worst possible diagonal queen move away from the clock.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, no, don't do that. No.
Totally not where it's at. And that's a very, very sound piece of advice, moving next to the clock. And, some players naturally just move their pieces very, very fast. I know some players who can move just phenomenally fast without wasting a single millisecond, it seems. But I also have a habit in casual blitz of uttering sounds in a vague foreign language when I'm time scrambling. It just random onomatopoetic sounds tend to come out of my mouth, and I don't even know what I'm saying. So Blitz just turns into a different animal. That's the moral of the story, I guess.
Yeah. And, well, we won't see the players play any Blitz games unless we reach the tie breaks. And the match is a best of 12 games. So whoever reaches 6.5 points, they will be crowned Women's World Champion. And if the score is still evenly tied, then we will see, well, tie breaks. And first of all, it will be a 4-game rapid match and be best of 4. They play at a time control of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And then it moves on to this 2-game blitz.
Mm-hmm.
And now Lei Tingjie moving the rook to b4. And that was promptly defended by Ju Wenjun.
G3?
Natural move.
Now, I'm trying to puzzle out a certain line. I think Lei Tingjie's idea is rook b3. And she played it. And there could be a repetition here with the rook d3, rook b1, rook d1. But if white plays bishop d3, doesn't black have bishop f3? Rook d2, and then... but it's actually not so easy, because bishop e3 looks like it wins the game. But it doesn't because of this move bishop to c2. And suddenly you're threatening the familiar mate, right? Black has to take. And this is the last thing that you want. This is just a flat-out pawn-down ending. This ain't what you want. What does that mean? Well, that means probably here, black should go back to b2 again and aim for f2. I don't think Ju Wenjun is going to go for this. I think we're very, very likely to see rook to d3.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll
Bishop
see.
d3 looks very risky. And, well, the players can sit down and use some time to work it out. And we see Ju Wenjun has just under 16.5 minutes. This is a critical moment for her. Yeah, she could go rook d3 if she's satisfied with the draw. But we've seen her consistently want more. So I suspect that she will find bishop d3.
You think she'll play bishop d3? But it's,
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
think
she sees it, but you think she'll go for it?
Yeah, she's very good at calculating. Backward bishop moves, though, are very difficult to spot. But we've seen how determined she is to keep the game alive.
Always. Just any opportunity to repeat. Nope. Always find a chance. There's also moves like knight h5, but the last thing I would recommend is to move the knight away from the square on which it contributes to, essentially your only active idea. This is your greatest asset. This is why black's bishops aren't tearing white limb from limb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I mean, okay, is bishop d3 is a very interesting move, but very risky.
Yeah.
Draw.
Well, I was thinking about knight h5. It's not the most glamorous move, I'll give you that. But at the same time, it's not possible for black to play b5 because white rook can start attacking those bishops. And
Knight d7 check. But that is no, that is not a draw for actually. Well, it sort of is.
Well, bishop takes knight.
Yeah, I guess she wants
Is
bishop
number
takes knight,
one
rook
choice.
takes. Rook takes g3, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe some move like bishop g4 with like very minuscule threats of f5 and f6 or maybe f5 and e6. I mean, it's a dead draw, but black has to make a couple careful moves there.
Yeah, but you can play moves like h5. No, you can't do it. No. You have to be accurate. I was seeing ghosts there.
And first of all, black can play king e7 here, which is possible, but I don't even understand why you would why you would toy with that move when you can just take and take. Yeah, this is a draw.
Mm-hmm.
This is a draw.
Yeah, this is. But I'm kind of with you in the fact that it's not going to be an easy draw for Lei to hold because. Shall we put it up? Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, let's put it up.
Makes
Bishop
a lot of
takes knight,
sense.
Rook takes knight. Rook takes bishop. Rook takes g3. I think Ju Wenjun is resigned to the fact that no, but this is a no. But there isn't even a threat. Like black can play b5, and if white plays f5, all black has to see is like one of these types of moves, rook e3. And two things. First of all, f6, rook e5 doesn't do anything, because rook d8, there's rook e8. But also important to understand is that e6, I think, would be very, very scary for newer players who see this menacing pass pawn. But this is the nature of opposite-colored bishop endgames. Once you put a bishop on e7 like this that's supported by the king, white is never going to break through. White is never going to be able to push this pawn past e6. This would be a draw even without the b-pawn.
Yeah, but the move that made me nervous was f6 rather than f takes e6 because, like
E6
you've
and F6.
indicated, yeah, e6 and then f6.
Well, with bishop h5 ideas. I should probably prevent it with rook e5.
And then it's you can't coordinate the bishop, so all is good. All is well in the house.
Okay, but Lei is... I feel like she's taking inordinate amounts of time on decisions. Some decisions she should be making intuitively. It's like king e7, why ask for trouble? Why go into a position where you're down a pawn? Maybe you bank on a pass pawn.
But I think it's easy to say this, like in a classical tournament where there's not that much at stake. Yeah, okay, you make these decisions pretty quickly. But remember, she's playing the Women's World Championship match. And if she loses this, it will be, you know, first of all, she will have a free day to think about this or be tortured by this for hours and hours and hours. And then, of course, so much at stake. You know, she's trained for this moment. There's a lot of emotional pressure. And there you go. We do see bishop takes knight.
No, you're right, for sure. It's just, of course, you also want to keep an eye on your overall clock, and you want to strike that balance. And I feel like at times she's been erring on the cautious side of the balance. It's almost like it's a world championship match.
Mm-hmm. And rook takes pawn.
Has
Should
to be
be played.
Is there... No, rook b1.
Is there anywhere else? I mean, I was thinking rook b1, but I mean... Rook b1...
Nah.
No, I mean, I feel that the white king is going to escape. So rook takes b3, g3. Most logical. You grab a pawn.
Then bishop h5 is a move.
And you
bishop
threaten
g4
checkmate.
is a move. Oh, yeah. You
I was just...
it's too late in the morning, or too late at night, or too early in the morning for me to see that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate you being here, Dania. That you're commentating this. What time is it now? 6 in the morning for you?
7:18.
7. Dawn is breaking. The birds are singing.
Yeah, it's light outside. It's a very gray day, but gray is good.
Gray
good day
is
for
good.
chess.
Later on in on the evening, you'll be playing chess.
I will be playing chess
first,
in 10 hours from now. Yeah.
You are going to be inspired by Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie.
Well, hopefully I won't get an opposite card bishop endgame for my own sake. For my own sake.
No.
Looks like Ju Wenjun has the body language of someone who's about to offer a draw, but I don't think she is.
No. She's going to play bishop g4. If she gives bishop f4, she lets go of control of the f3 square, and, well, you don't want the f4 pawn to drop. So bishop g4.
What's wrong with bishop h5 again? Like, what exactly does white do?
Well, I guess you can go bishop e7 at the end of the day.
f5, rook h3. Bishop f7. Ah, rook f3. Wow, that's a cool line. That's probably worth showing. And bishop h5. Bishop e... Really quickly. Bishop e7.
Oh, hang on a second. Rook h3.
Yeah.
You can go rook h3.
Right away.
Right now. Yeah, right away.
Rook f7.
And you have to go rook f7 and then go king g8. And now you have to go bishop g6.
Ah, even better. Bishop g6, f5, and e6.
Yep. And I've successfully managed to mangle black's position. So no, don't take on h3.
That's my specialty, though. Bishop e7. And what I was thinking about here was f5 with the idea f6. Black takes on h3. White plays bishop f7. And now not king f7, f6, but rather rook f3 check, forking the king and the pawn. This is the crucial resource. With only one passed pawn, we know that this is a dead draw. Okay, bishop g4, of course, has been played.
It is played. And here. I can't really remember what we were looking at.
Which line we were just looking at?
Yeah, I was just...
Or, well, it was bishop h5.
Yeah, we were looking at bishop h5, but we actually had a solution, an antidote for black here.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue, and I've forgotten it too. You've infected me with this. Hey, what was the move here? Oh, it was b5, I think? I think it was, b5, f5, rook e3.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. Yeah, somehow I'm forgetting it too.
I'm also curious whether h5 is something to consider. I know it didn't work in the other variation when the bishop went to h5, but now, you know, a set of pawns get traded off. So h5, rook h3. So our producer Vic has been listening to us, and he said we did come up with b5.
So b5 is correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, b5, rook d5, there's also rook c3. I think it's important to see that black can always defend the bishop against these skewers, but it's a little unpleasant, so a couple more defensive moves required for black. Of course, white also needs to be careful not to let this b pawn through. Not to c1, but to b1.
Yeah.
So.
But still, f6 is coming your way, and you do feel that... I don't know. I've seen players lose this type of position. It's all going to be here how sharp the players are, how focused they are, whether they're able to maintain their energy levels, because still, it's not an easy draw by any means for black.
No, it's not. 9 minutes on the clock, by the way.
Yep. And, well, we have a longer game. We are now on move 47. Rook e3 on the board.
But okay. Ah. Yeah, rook e3 is an attempt, I think, to forcibly just end white's chances, because she wants to play rook e4. And she wants to play rook e4, and the strength of that move is that if white pushes f5, she blunders f5. If bishop h5, then bishop e7. I really like that move, actually. I think this might be the fastest path to a draw.
I'm not sure, actually. I think the white king can come up to g2. You can still wait around.
Rook e4.
Ah. Oh, I forgot that you come and check king g3.
King
g3.
And then bishop f3.
Well, actually, I wanted to go king h4 and just
it's already on the board.
King g2 on the board.
Yeah. No, this might be a very long affair if black doesn't find a way to force repetition here, which I don't see.
Okay, she can play. I got it. Rook to e4.
King g3.
Bishop e3.
King f3 though.
And I blundered my bishop. So, nope. Rewind. Take that back.
Yeah, and check bishop f3 is the idea. I don't know what black's next move is going to be. f6 is a move here, apparently. Actually, f6 is pretty easy to understand, because I think after rook e6, I guess this is a draw. f7, rook e7. And if rook d8 check, you don't want to go king f7, blundering bishop d5, you want to go rook back to e8, and then constantly back to e6 whenever white declines the trade. So that's got to be the drawing, the most forcing line.
Yeah. Ooh. But still, you have to find the idea of f6. And okay, Ju Wenjun has 15 minutes. Can she find it? Ju will be playing, and don't expect the game to end soon. And yeah, Lei Tingjie needs to find that f6 idea. What about ideas such as king f3? So king g3, and then...
Yeah.
I wanted to come up with the king somehow.
Uh-huh. Well, first of all, okay, Black still has, 7.5 minutes now. This is getting into basically blitz territory. So...
It is.
We should also point out why we're even bothering with king g3. The point is that if White plays king f3, Black returns to e3, and you simply have to go back to g2. The point of king g3 is that after rook e3, you block with the bishop, and people might say, well, aren't you self-pinning? But this pin is completely innocuous because the bishop cannot be pressured, and White's ultimate goal in this position is to set these pawns in motion one way or the other. So in order to do that, first of all, you have to defend them where they are. Then you have to repurpose the bishop. And finally, you have to look for an opportunity to use tactics to push the pawn. So winning this would require a huge blunder for Black. Don't get me wrong. Like, Black would have to make a serious mistake, allow the pawns through. But the best way to make a serious blunder is to let yourself get down a couple minutes on the clock. I think Ju Wenjun is starting to gather hope here.
Oh, we will see. And Lei Tingjie now down to under 6.5 minutes. It's not an easy task by any means for Lei Tingjie, so she is spending the time, whether it's a wise decision or not. We will see. And there we see bishop e7 on the board.
Okay, it's a decent move, but I don't like it, yeah, because now rook b7, okay. No, I should lose on thread of the game, rook b7.
Rook b7 and then...
Yeah. This isn't good. Wait, I don't get this move at all then. What does Black do with rook b7?
Well, maybe she has the idea of... I was going to say h5 and then f6. Because I really want to get f6 in and make those trades.
That would be amazing. And Ju Wenjun has the same
and rook
question.
b7.
I have a feeling that Tingjie Lei might lose this game. I know this sounds extreme at this point, but nothing she's done in the last 5-7 moves or the time spent has given me confidence in her ability to draw. Ju Wenjun is just... it's amazing how many ways she's found to keep the game alive. It's Magnus Carlsen-esque. Like, every time we think, okay, now it's a draw, every time she finds some way to keep things going. And it feels like Tingjie Lei is just getting more and more frustrated every time that's happening and spending longer and longer trying to find the forced draw that isn't there. You just need to play chess.
Yeah. And this is one of the downsides to Lei Tingjie's play, is that she's very active. She's always looking for concrete operations. And here, as you mentioned there, Danya, it's all about waiting. It's all about trying to slowly improve the positions. But she's looking for moves like f6, h5, something concrete. As actually, I have to say, most people are want to do, because there's nothing worse in chess than feeling the draw, thinking that you are so close to the draw, but you cannot force it. It's not there. And
no, that's what they feel like playing against Magnus. 5 minutes now on the clock.
Okay.
For the rest
Well,
of the
she
game.
will be getting a 5-second time bonus. 30-second time bonus. New rules by me.
I wish there was only a 5-second increment. That would make it more fun. I wish it was 0, actually, but that's just me.
I think the future actually is not having that 30-minute added time, bonus time on move for 40. I think it should just be all moves in 90 minutes.
I agree.
30-second bonus time.
I think the bonus time is I don't want to say a travesty, but I really feel like to strike the balance between classical and rapid, like there is a middle ground. Like, you don't have to have the Tata Steel time control, which is like, 8 hours for 15 moves, but you also don't have to have.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's no need to have like these good old-fashioned time controls where players take hours and hours to complete the game. It's really exciting when you have those kind of 4-hour games. There's a lot of intensity, there's a lot of emotion, and we are getting emotion now in this World Championship match, because we did say that one of Lei Tingjie's strengths and her weaknesses is that she is constantly striving to force the play. And here it comes. She has played f6 with the idea that she just wants to make those trades. But there is a spanner in the works, because White now has the opportunity to push forward with e6. And this is the big question. White will play e6, or you can also throw in rook b8 check. Both of those moves are valid, but I prefer the idea of e6, keeping the king caged. And what is Lei Tingjie's idea? Is her idea simply to play h5, try to decoy the light squared bishop?
Well, you're talking about e6. I'm sorry, my audio cut out there for just a second. If I'm playing White, just as a sideline comment, I would consider just starting to play really fast, because the clock might single-handedly decide the game. e6, h5, I guess White could play bishop f5. Is that the line we're talking about?
Yep.
That's
Ju
my
idea.
Talking about that too.
She certainly is. That's a very natural move. And now, as chat says, the game is getting spicy all of a sudden. And sure enough, Lei Tingjie is now, her position is operation critical.
It just happened out of
H5,
nowhere. I mean, this was
F5.
supposed to be a
Completely.
draw 5 moves ago.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly it's
and
crisis mode.
losing in this way is, I have to say, one of the most devastating forms of losing the game. And there we see h5.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Lei Tingjie, White does not need to capture that pawn, and instead bishop f5 coming at tempo.
I think the way to draw this is to do nothing, to play h4 and to sit completely, to give up b6 and to say you're not going to make any progress here. Because White's king will have a very hard time rejoining the game. Like if you play king f2, Black can always play bishop c5. If you give a check, the king moves to g7. If you play rook b7, the king goes back to f8. Everything on the dark squares, if you can keep all of your pieces on the dark squares, White's going to have a very hard time breaking through the blockade. If you don't play h4, then I think White can play h4 herself, and then the h5 pawn becomes yet another target.
That's a very insightful idea there from you, Danya. And my goodness me. Lei Tingjie now down to just over 3 minutes on the clock. She does get this 30-second bonus time, but now she only has one move to hold the game. She can play bishop d6 is another possibility to actually target the f4 pawn, but h4, I like your idea. And what has she gone for? h4. I just think it's very sophisticated of her to see that she can give up the b6 pawn. She can allow a protected pass pawn on e6, and her position
But there's even...
It's still good enough to draw.
All of this might be a moot point. I just realized something. After rook takes b6, there's rook g3 check. I think there's a forced draw. That might be the reason why the engine is so pessimistic about White's winning chances. Rook g3 and rook f3. Yeah, we can pull up an analysis board because Ju Wenjun's probably going to take a while to figure out how she wants to maximize her winning chances here. But rook g3 check. You can't go king f2, then you maximize your losing chances. King f1, rook f3, and king h2, also rook f3. And that's it. You're going to lose f4, and once you lose f4, there's nothing left to play for.
Oh. Nice find from Lei Tingjie. Just when I was beginning to doubt her, she pulls another impressive move from her arsenal. And Now rook to g3 check. Rook takes pawn. How to up the pressure? King to f2.
Yeah, that's a threat. G3 check is a threat, followed by bishop c5. Black's going to win this f4 pawn whether white likes it or not. Yeah, I don't know. Bishop g4.
Wow. How frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, pretty close, honestly. Bishop g4, yeah, okay. Which is the best way to keep chances alive, because you're going to go f5, and then you're going to give a check and go rook e8, and this endgame can be played out for, you know, for as long as she wants to play it out for.
And, well, I think Ju Wenjun has all reason to play it out because, after all, not an easy endgame. Lei Tingjie now under 3 minutes on the clock. All Ju Wenjun needs to do is somehow or other mobilize the king, and suddenly anything can happen. She can win this.
For sure. Now under 3 minutes for Lei Tingjie, who gives a check on g3. And that's the good thing about the 30-second increment. You can, you know, if you see a couple of forcing moves, you can give yourself an additional 2 minutes very, very quickly. And those 2 minutes are golden when you're trying to figure out the best way to defend. Okay. Where does the king go now?
King f1.
King f2 would be my vote, but king f1 makes a lot of sense as well.
I prefer king f2 actually because moves like f5 could be possible if you play king f1.
Makes sense. King f2?
King f2.
That's a great call, by the way. f5 was immediate draw against king f1. I totally saw that. I would have totally seen that in a game.
Well, my vibe was to go king f1, travel on light squares, but then I was like, oh no. I would have blundered as well. And, well, that's another pitfall that has been successfully avoided by Ju Wenjun, reigning three-time Women's World Champion.
Showing why.
And
very easy to lose this now with a blunder. Now the margin for error is thinner than ever. You can hold. I mean, obviously this is still a draw objectively. I think you should just play rook to c3, rook to a3. Just get the rook out of that little cubby hole on g3 so that it can defend laterally if necessary on c8 or on c6.
Yeah, and rook b3. What about that? Holding on to the pawn. Is that making Black's job even worse?
Which, say that again?
Is moves like rook b3 holding on to that extra material, is that making Black's job harder?
No, I mean, I don't know exactly what White's winning attempt is. I won't make moves. Let's wait for Lei to actually move, because she's got 1.5 minutes now.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay, White's going to give a check on b8. I think White's also going to push the pawn up to f5. Past that, I guess rook to e8 to try to smoke the bishop out of e7 and then go e7 at the right moment. But even engineering that is going to be really hard. Well, let's see how Lei defends. Bishop c5 check. I don't like that move at all. What if king e2?
Yeah, and suddenly White has the possibility of playing rook to f7 and grabbing another pawn. I also don't like this. I liked your idea of just keeping the flexibility with a rook. King is going to move to e2. And
king e2.
Because I suspect that Ju's plan is just simply to go king e2, king d2, and then, as you highlighted, rook b8, follow that up with rook to e8.
Yep. Oh, this is a threat also. Ugh. I think
you have to retreat your bishop.
This is how these types of games are lost. You know, like you always see a game like this, you think, well, it's equal. Where did the mistakes happen? And it's rare that you have one huge blunder, or when you have it, the headlines tend to over-dramatize that blunder and not put an emphasis on the lead-up. And there's often a big lead-up where inaccuracies are made, and suddenly the path to a draw becomes narrower and narrower. That's what actually precipitates the final blunder. It doesn't happen spontaneously, and you got to give a lot of credit to Ju Wenjun, even if this game ends in a draw, because the fact that she got it this close is already a minor miracle.
No, it's a very impressive play by Ju Wenjun, and she's getting ready to make her new move, king to f1. I wasn't expecting that, but now f5 is not possible because of rook f7, and Lei Tingjie quickly retreating the bishop. And it's true, Ju Wenjun has a lot of time just to enjoy the position, just to think about the most accurate continuations. And now she has to anticipate that f5 is in the air.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's why this was a mistake. I think that, again, I missed f5. And again, you saw, you're like the resident f5 expert. Every time the correct move is f5 for black. I keep trying to play it for white, but you keep correctly indicating that, no, black is, ugh, I did that again. Sorry. After rook b6, f5, it's a dead draw. We should bring up an analysis board to show why. Because once black gets rid of the f-pawn, there are no winning chances. That's it. Black is too well coordinated at this point, and the king is completely cut off. There's nothing. So this is a draw for.
Yeah, it is. And Ju Wenjun, well, she saw f5 before. I'm sure she'll see it now.
Yeah. And now, if she doesn't take on b6, if she plays f5 herself, black gets a tempo. Black gets a tempo to play rook b3, defend the pawn. It's not an ideal construction, but I think it's much better than playing without the b pawn.
I think so too. But one of the in-game greats tells me that you shouldn't push the pawns in a hurry, because you should enjoy the position, make some moves, try going king e2, king d2, and only push the pawns when you've reached move 49.
Yeah, exactly.
You just keep on going, draw it out.
And then rinse and repeat another 49 moves. Rinse and repeat another 49 moves. Might as well. Well, now this is turning into a blitz game because it's Ju Wenjun's turn to take a very, very, very long time. I mean, they have, imbibed that cup to its dregs. The clocks are down into single digits now. So this is the fun part.
And just over 8.5 minutes from Ju Wenjun. There is no bonus time for anyone. Apart from the 30-second increment that they will be getting per move.
If there was another sudden death time, which I might be out on the streets here with with a sign. Get rid of the second time control.
The end is near.
Yeah, exactly. Get rid of the second time control.
Yeah. And decision time for Ju Wenjun.
I'm trying to come up with a rhyming phrase, but I can't. It's escaping me.
A rhyming phrase for
like what would be written on a sign that would protest increment. Like, increment is a farce, but then I need a word that rhymes with farce, and I can't come up with one. So
this is where I found chat and the viewers to be exceptionally good at this. I would just say, let's
somehow they just always know how to supply the right word. It's quite the talent.
Exactly.
It's like in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when they call a friend and the friend just happens to know the answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, I found Who Wants to Be a Millionaire super annoying because there's sometimes those stages where you're getting up to $1,000 or £1,000, and I, for instance, don't know the answer. I'm I was born in England, but there's certain English phrases and proverbs that kind of escape me because my parents are not from the UK, so they never taught me that. So I sometimes fail on this. And then sometimes, I know the answer and I'm like screaming, it's like $250,000 question. And I'm like, I know the answer, call me. But of course, they're not calling me.
Of course, though, that's when they pass you over. Caution increment weather. That's not bad.
Yeah. Did you know, this is one that I failed on. Did you know that the basket that holds strawberries is called a punnet? In my family, a punnet, yeah. It's like a very old British word. And in Wimbledon, you have like strawberries and cream, you have your punnet of strawberries. But I only found out in my later years about this beautiful word.
If I didn't know what it was, I thought it would be like a little cute little pun. Like,
no.
Oh, did you share a punnet with me this morning? Just like a tiny, like, just like an adorable little pun, yeah.
But it should be, right?
Yeah, but if English made sense, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Not that any other language does, but.
No, I remember one of King comes to e2. So I like this decision from Ju Wenjun. She's keeping things flexible. And did you see that snappy move from Lei Tingjie? Moving the rook over to protect the b3 pawn.
Yeah.
And now, well, Ju has some options. She can play f5. Another move that she can do is she can actually just keep marching the king and dislodge the rook from b3. Another alternative is just to go rook b8 and try to dislodge the bishop from e7.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of the main mechanism, right? Rook b8, rook e8 is what we were trying to figure out earlier. Are you sure black doesn't have f5?
When?
You tell me. You're the f5 expert.
Does it work? Rook b8, rook e8, f5. I don't see it. You want to go bishop d. And what has she played?
F5. F5 played. Man.
There you go. Increment is a farce. Entertainment becomes sparse.
Okay. I think Bick had a good one too. Yeah, no, not bad at all. It's like this joke that's stuck in my head randomly.
Increment's a bluff. Chess deserves better stuff.
This has nothing to do with the increment conversation, but it's a funny joke. Did you hear about the first restaurant they opened on the moon? The food was good, but there was no atmosphere.
Yeah. I've heard that one. That's an Alexa joke.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. You ask Alexa, tell me a joke, and she says, sure.
This one? Yeah, that's those boilerplate jokes ever. That's what I've resorted to in this, in this late hour.
And we have another one. Increment is super lame. It really seems to affect my game. Also possible. And what are we?
B5? What if you just push?
B5? You have to.
I missed the memo on how white wins after B5. I don't think there is a memo.
Well, you just go rook b8, rook e8.
Yeah, bishop c5. But the problem there specifically is that white can never go e7 because of rook e3. This is a huge problem for white.
Yeah, this
and
really,
I don't see a way around it.
Out of the way.
Exactly.
So you need to go king d2.
Yeah, king d2, and then maybe the rook doesn't have e3 with check. Okay, b5 played. I think we're going to see all of this unfold.
And now Lei Tingjie, just over a minute. Ju Wenjun, just over 5 minutes. And believe it or not, the players have just played 56 moves. It's not a long game by any stretch. They have to at least get those new score sheets. King goes
Yeah,
to
the new
D7,
score sheets is a sign that
D2.
the game, really is entering the new stage. Okay, 1 minute. We're under a minute, Yovi. This is a monumental occasion.
And it's getting spicy. It does look like black has a fortress, but Ju Wenjun does have the time. She does have the energy to break it down. And b4 played by Lei Tingjie. What about rook b8 check?
I don't get that either. Rook b8, rook e8. Oh, but black has to... Wait, rook e8, bishop d6, e7. What am I missing? Bishop f4, rook e3, and she finds it. Oh, that was a huge moment. And the point, if I may rewind for just 1 second, just to make sure we're all on the same page, the reason you couldn't play bishop c5 here was because of e7. Now you might look at, well, what's the threat? The threat is rook g8 check, followed by promotion. And here, rook e3 doesn't come with a check, so I can go rook c8. Either you lose the bishop, or you allow promotion, or you allow white to take on e3. But the difference is that after bishop d6, e7, you want to put the rook on e3. So first you hide the bishop under the umbrella of the f-pawns. Then you put the rook on e3, and white has no way to make progress. So biggest hoop to jump through, and Lei Tingjie jumps through it, and I think she's on the cusp of holding the draw here.
And I think it's now time for Ju Wenjun to start pedaling backwards, because let's not forget that Lei Tingjie also has a passed pawn that is motoring down the board. It's 3 squares away from queening. It's not just going to be about the e6 pawn. And that was a nice spot by Lei Tingjie, and I was really impressed by how quickly she found it as well. Bishop d6, bishop f4.
Yeah, no hesitation. She didn't even need her, her reams of time, her reams of minutes and minutes of time. Just played instantly.
Yes. And I can see that her moves have all been awarded exclamation marks. Bishop d6. And Ju Wenjun ticking down to under 4.5 minutes. Has to take a decision. Is she perhaps going to play rook to
King
d8?
e2. I vote for one of those semi-waiting moves to try to get your opponent to reposition a piece on a bad square.
But can't you just play
Okay.
bishop f4? Anyhow.
But then rook e7 checks, I think, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
And then rook f7. Okay, we'll see. Rook d8. But isn't that sort of repetition? Bishop e7. And if you go rook d7, then again the king hides behind the 8th rank with king f8.
And you have to work all over again. And no point in doing a job twice. So bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7. And I don't see any other attempts for white. Rook d7, king f8, rook e8, bishop d6. If the rook waits along the 8th rank, then black waits along the 3rd rank. Even rook g3 is interesting, because it could potentially threaten some exchange sack on g4 followed by h3. Black could still win this. Just you wait. Just when you thought you had everything figured out in this game. No.
Well, lots of plot twists. Okay, no, but I really don't think that Lei Tingjie will manage to win this one. Ju Wenjun is too careful a player to allow those kind of tricks. But they're in existence.
Oh, yeah. They do exist. Will Ju Wenjun agree to a draw here? Well, she hasn't done it on the many occasions when it was possible. But she's running out of ideas. That's the thing. She's just completely running out of ideas. This isn't even like one of those endgames where, okay, you have to keep demonstrating knowledge of a certain concept. It's just a fortress. Once you figured out the main idea.
And
great stuff by Tingjie Lei.
Yeah. And we see Ju Wenjun ticking down to just under 3 minutes and 15 seconds. And she doesn't look happy at all. It's frustrating here, this type of position, because of course we have access to the evaluation bar, but Ju Wenjun will be feeling that frustration because, like, superficially, you look at the position and you think white is doing great, protected past pawn. White's king is just chasing down the b4 pawn. There must be a way to break through, or at least to try as hard as possible. But it does seem that Lei Tingjie has found a great construction. But I'm expecting rook e8 and then bishop, when the bishop returns to d6, king e2, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, just keep the ball rolling, keep forcing black to find waiting moves, and keep trying to set traps. Here, the biggest trap is that the bishop cannot really get to c5. Like, c5 is almost a mined square, because it's very vulnerable to all sorts of rook attacks. But I think Lei has figured this out already. She's proven that she knows this once. She's not just going to randomly, resort to the losing idea now. I think with under 2 minutes on the clock, this game is very, very likely to start moving toward its concluding stage.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, after you've found a way to hold the balance, you're not suddenly going to start changing. You're going to maintain that one. Ju Wenjun now has less time on the clock than Lei Tingjie. Ju Wenjun now under 1.5 minutes. And she's looking at the clock.
Don't lose on time.
Will this determine her decision? No, she plays rook e8.
Okay, I think we're getting a repetition.
Not so sure about that.
You're like, you just tell by the body language. No. Yeah, bishop h5. No, that loses. Sorry. I don't know. It's just very hard to say. On the one hand, it feels like she's about to make a move that revolutionizes our understanding of the game, but on the other hand, I don't see a move at all. Deep breath. Oh.
I don't know. The more she looks at the clock, the more I'm thinking.
But yeah, exactly. But that's what we also were thinking on move, 17, when she was looking at the clock. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Well, that's not it. Tingjie Lei is inspecting her score sheet, that is the classic preliminary step, but there's no repetition yet. Ju Wenjun can still play. She can still play rook c8. She can still play rook d7. But at this point, there's no point. You're not actually testing your opponent.
And she made a look to the arbiter, and it looks like she's going to say, I'm going to put my rook on e8, and I think you'll find we have repeated the position 3 times. The clock is now under the minute.
56 minutes. 56%, I was going to say. I don't know where that came from.
Don't worry. And there we have it. And the fourth game also finishes in a draw. Literally nothing can separate these two very great players. I mean, we've seen both of them push to the very limits. And still, every single time they're challenged, they manage to find ways to escape. They manage to find the correct solutions. And there we see Ju Wenjun in her white suit. It did not bring her luck. Instead, it is a draw. And there we can see the scoreboard. 4 games, 4 draws. What do you think it will take, Dania, for someone to break the deadlock?
It's crazy. I mean, it's not like these games are 15-move Berlin draws. They're combative, but the positions they're getting out of the openings are so equal that it's just very, very hard to break that cycle. So I think what we really need is we need a more unbalanced opening. We need a Sicilian or something tactical, right? So far, the games have been almost exclusively very positional. the most tactical moments in each game are still by and large strategically based. We need something where the player's calculation is truly tested, and we'll see who the first player is who can steer the game in that direction, who will be more comfortable when the game finally does get into a more tactical direction.
Yeah, and of course, as the match starts to draw to a close, we are going to see the players take those kind of risks. And here is today's schedule, because tomorrow it is a rest day for the players. The players will be using that day to rest, to recoup, to regather their thoughts, to perhaps change their strategies, maybe even come up with new tricks up their sleeves. And Daniel, what are your predictions for the match? Because this is the last time I will be commentating alongside you for the Women's World Championship.
Well, I'm sad about that. This is a super fun 2 rounds to commentate. It's tough. It's tough to do a commentary all-nighter. Not gonna lie, but it was very fun to do it with you. Always a great pleasure. And I think we might get a tiebreaker at this rate, because I think even if one player wins a game, the difference in strength is so minuscule that it's almost unwise to make predictions of any kind. The players are very evenly matched stylistically, very evenly matched on paper, and very evenly matched on the board, as we're seeing in this match, which is exactly what you want out of a World Championship match. You don't want a blowout. You want a close match. That's kind of the definition. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see, and I agree. It really seems like none of the players are given an inch, either psychologically or on the chessboard. I mean, these players are tough, and they are resourceful, and they are strong. And finally, Dania, it has been an absolute blast. You really kept me entertained, and I thank you so much for joining me here, commentating alongside and the 2023 Women's World Chess Championship. It's been amazing, and all I can say is good luck for tonight's game.
Thank you. I'll need it.
We will all be rooting for you 100%. Hope you win the tournament.
Thank you.
And as always, it is time for me to thank everyone for watching the show. It really has been a very tense affair and the World Championship match. And tomorrow, just to remind you, it is a free day. But on Tuesday, I will be back alongside the former Women's World Champion, Alexandra Kostaniuk. She is back, so we're going to wish her a warm welcome. And we will be catching up on all the action live and at the same time, in the same place.